Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day for the 2022 United States Grand Prix at, of course, the Circuit of Americas. Great to see you all here for race day, and it's going to be, I think, a pretty exciting race day. The grid is quite mixed up compared to what it's normally been like in the last few races, and with some penalties throughout the field and a couple more penalties we've had a couple hours ago for a couple different cars. Yeah, it's going to make for a very exciting starting grid, and we're going to have, without doubt, plenty of overtaking in this US Grand Prix, and I'm sure it'll be an exciting Grand Prix. So, great to have you guys here. Obviously, firstly, for the race preview, which we'll be going on, for the next, say, hour and 45, and then obviously we'll get properly into the close build-up to the Grand Prix itself. And obviously the race beginning, as you can see on your screen, in 1 hour, 58.5 minutes from now. And yeah, the weather at the Circuit of Americas is as good as it's been. Yeah, all weekend, hot and sunny. Not too humid, of course, but yeah, the weather is absolutely perfect. And to be honest, after the two races in Singapore and Japan, where we had, lots of delays, and the rain didn't necessarily make for a very exciting race, I'm not actually that fussed that it's, been so good weather-wise this weekend. I'm actually kind of relieved that we're going to have a normal Grand Prix, if you know what I mean, rather than, again, delays and just very long periods of waiting around, which we've had to do, unfortunately, a couple times this season. Monaco as well, we had to do it for the red flags there. But yeah, I'm sure today's Grand Prix will be an exciting one. I'll get into the results of qualifying in a moment, and I will get into what the starting grid is for this US Grand Prix. Just want to say quickly, I hope all you guys watching are doing well, no matter what time it is in your part of the world and where you're from. I hope you're all having as best a day as possible, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And one final thing to let you guys know is, yeah, Nib, my co-commentator Niblo, will not be on tonight because, as I said, and as he said in the last race Watchalong in Japan 2 weeks ago, the timing of this Grand Prix is just at a very shit time for him. I think it'll be 6 a.m. when the race starts for him. So yeah, it's just a very shit time for him. So maybe he'll be on next weekend. To be honest, the chances aren't great for that. I'd say he's a lot more likely to be on, say, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix race watch-along at the very end of the season. I think he'll definitely be on for that. Maybe he'll be on for the Sao Paulo one, we'll have to see. But yeah, he'll definitely be back before the end of the season. Don't worry about that. But yeah, what we're going to do now is get into the race preview. Obviously, we'll look at the results of qualifying yesterday, get into the starting grid, and I'll go through all the teams, how I think they're going to do, and I'll get into some data from yesterday to look at with the sector times from qualifying and the speed trap data. I'll look at that to illustrate, what cars we need to look out for in regards to overtaking today. And it is, well, in terms of the speed traps, it's the usual suspects we need to look out for. And we'll get into that later on. And yeah, make sure, as obviously I'm going along previewing this Grand Prix, make sure to keep posting your comments in chat in regards to what you think is going to happen in today's 2022 US Grand Prix. Now, let's get into the results of qualifying. So Carlos Sainz ended up first and will start on pole position. Thankfully for him, doesn't have any grid penalties. Charles Leclerc ended up second. He does, though, have a 10-place penalty. Max Verstappen finished up in third, but he will start in second. And then you had Perez fourth, Hamilton fifth, Russell sixth, Stroll seventh, Norris eighth, Alonso ninth, and Bottas 10th. And the rest of the order in qualifying yesterday was Albon in 11th, Vettel 12th, Gasly 13th, Zhou 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Magnussen 16th, Ricciardo 17th, Ocon 18th, Schumacher 19th, and Nicholas Latifi at the very back. But, and I'll just try and get Latifi a bit more in view there. So, that was the results of qualifying. The starting grid is as follows, and there has been, just to update you guys, a couple more penalties in the last couple hours. One for Yuki Tsunoda, a gearbox penalty, which I believe will push him back 5 places on the grid. And Esteban Ocon will start from the pit lane because of him taking on now a completely new power unit, I believe. So, yeah, those are the 2 extra penalties that we've got for this US Grand Prix. So the starting grid, I believe, is Carlos Sainz on pole, Max Verstappen second, Lewis Hamilton third, George Russell 4th, Lance Stroll 5th, Lando Norris in 6th, Valtteri Bottas 7th, Alex Albon 8th, Sergio Perez in 9th, obviously dropping 5 places because of a new ICE. P10 will be Sebastian Vettel, Pierre Gasly will be in 11th, Charles Leclerc will be 12th, Fernando Alonso will be 13th. I know, obviously, he qualified 9th, meaning, with his 5-place penalty, he would have to go back to 14th. Initially, he did, but now with Tsunoda's penalty, I think Alonso will actually start in 13th. There'll be him in 13th, Magnussen 14th, Ricciardo 15th, Schumacher 16th, Zhou 17th, Tsunoda 18th, 19th will be Latifi, and 20th will be Esteban Ocon. That is, again, what I believe the starting grid is, but we'll see for sure, obviously, once we get to the formation lap for this US Grand Prix. And with that grid, yeah, it's very mixed up, and we are going to get lots of racing throughout the field. Obviously, Leclerc, Perez making their way through the slower cars, Alonso as well, Ocon definitely, probably Ricciardo, I guess you could say as well, making his way back from a poor qualifying, and I definitely think the McLaren's better than where he ended up in qualifying yesterday. And also, the top 4 on the grid is pretty mixed up compared to what it usually is like. Usually, it'll be a Verstappen, Leclerc front row, so it's actually nice to see a bit of a difference up there. And of course, the start of the race, because of where Max Verstappen is starting from, is going to be very, very exciting indeed. But that's the qualifying results gone through, and that's what I believe is the starting grid for today's Grand Prix. Let's now get into the teams, and we'll start with Red Bull Racing. And second for Max Verstappen and 9th for Sergio Perez. For Perez, we'll quickly go on to him as he's on screen. Really, obviously, he needs to get through the 4 midfield cars ahead of Albon, Bottas, Norris, and Stroll. He should be able to get past those cars in no more than 10 laps, really, and then he'll be up to 5th. I don't see him losing position to Charles Leclerc, who is 3 positions behind him. That would be very surprising, actually, if Leclerc made, that much ground on Perez and up the order on, say, the first lap or 2. So, I think Perez will maintain his position ahead of Leclerc. And if Perez does get up to P5, at that point, I think Perez and Red Bull, with the Mexican, they need to go for an alternate strategy, because once he gets past those slower cars, he's not going to be able to make his way up and maybe onto the podium by just doing the same strategy as everybody else, even though the Red Bull car will have some decent pace today, I'm sure. He's probably going to have to do something different, maybe do, 1 stop less and go a lot longer with his first stint, which I think wouldn't be a bad shout. But to be honest, it's hard to say exactly what the best strategy for Perez should be, because it does depend, again, on how quickly he gets past Stroll, Norris, Bottas, Albon. But once he does get past those cars, if he's quite far away from the top 4, then it's going to be very difficult for him to really get into the fight for the podium or the win, even if he's too far away, no matter what strategy he goes to. The best strategy, by the way, according to Pirelli, is to start on the medium compound tyre, go to the hard compound for the second stint, and then finish on another set of mediums. If I'm Red Bull with Perez, I would probably start him on the mediums, but just go a bit longer with the first stint than you would, they usually go, or that they will go with Max Verstappen, and try and get him onto the hard tyres a bit later in the Grand Prix than, again, they would ideally want. The first pit stop for the front runners should be around, what, lap 15, 16, 17 maybe, something like that. So with Perez, yeah, I think he should probably try and go at least 20 laps into the Grand Prix on a set of medium tyres. Then switch to the hard tyres, maybe do, you know, a super long stint on those and then finish on mediums, or maybe even, you never know, soft compound tyres if he's close enough to be able to go for it at the very end. But for Max Verstappen, he has a lot more of a simple race. He starts in second behind Carlos Sainz, which is, of course, a surprise. We thought at worst he would end up P2 in qualifying, but start on pole, because the expectation, on my end at least, was that Charles Leclerc would be the quickest driver yesterday and would be the quickest... well, not the quickest driver yesterday, but he would be the quickest Ferrari, rather. But yeah, didn't end up that way. But in today's race, really, it could still be a comfortable, easy win for Red Bull. If Max Verstappen from P2 on the grid does get into the lead on the first corner, which whoever has started P2 on the grid here for the last 6 years, 4 of those times out of the last 6 years, whoever has started P2 on the grid has ended up in the lead on the first lap. I think if we go back in history, you've got what? Hamilton last year got into the lead on the first corner. Raikkonen did in 2018. Vettel did in 2017. And then 2015, was it Hamilton, I think, who got into the lead on that occasion? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. So, yeah, starting from second place on the grid here is very advantageous. So, if Max Verstappen does get into the lead on the first lap, which is very much possible, and I think if Max does have even a sniff of a possible overtake on that first corner, he will absolutely go for it. Obviously, the championship is won, so he doesn't need to, you know, take care of anything, because he's already got what he wants for 2022. And yeah, I think if he gets a sniff of that overtaking the turn one, I think he will go for it, and he will, you know, probably then get into the lead, because we know how good he is at, you know, getting overtakes done at critical moments, Max Verstappen. And if he does get ahead of Sainz on the first lap, I think Max Verstappen realistically does win the race, not by a mile, but I think wins comfortably, or relatively comfortably, by a few seconds from Carlos Sainz or Lewis Hamilton in P2. But if Max Verstappen does not get into the lead on the first lap, but stays in second, he does still have a chance on the back straight on the first lap in the slipstream to get ahead of Sainz. The Red Bull, and we'll get to the sector time and speed trap data to illustrate this clearly, that the Red Bull is very quick down the straights this weekend. So there is a chance down that back straight for Max on the first lap to get ahead of the Spaniard. But even if they can't get ahead of Sainz that way, because Ferrari, I don't believe, have solved yet their tyre problems that we saw in Japan 2 weeks ago. We've seen plenty of times in the last few Grand Prix where towards the end of a stint, Ferrari tend to really wear their tyres out way more than Red Bull or Mercedes do. If that happens again, then Verstappen will have another chance at possibly getting the lead from Sainz on track, with Sainz and his tyres, you know, falling away. But if they do fall away dramatically and he can't get past, then there's always, you know, an undercut they can do to get past the Spaniard. There's many ways Max Verstappen can win this Grand Prix today, and I think no matter what way he chooses, or what way it goes, I guess you could say, I think Max Verstappen will win the race today. I just think the Red Bull car and him are just in too good a form right now, and because Ferrari wear their tyres out too much, and we know if you wear your tyres out too much around a track like this, you are going to struggle in the race. We've seen that plenty of times before at this circuit. Then, yeah, that's going to give Red Bull a massive advantage. So I think Verstappen will win. I'm not sure how he'll get the win. Maybe it will be as simple as him just getting into the lead on the first corner and then running away with the Grand Prix. It could very well happen like that. But yeah, there's multiple other ways, like I just explained, that it could happen. And I think Verstappen will be just too good, unfortunately, for Ferrari. So my prediction for Red Bull is first with Verstappen, and Perez, I'm going to go fifth, realistically. I think he'll have decent pace, but I think the two Mercedes ahead in third and fourth on the grid, I think they're just going to be a bit too quick for Perez to be able to beat them. But there is a decent chance of Sergio Perez nabbing a podium. Not a great chance, but a decent chance nonetheless. But yeah, Red Bull, I think, are going to head for another win in 2022 and make it, what would it be, 8 wins in a row now in 2022, which is a fantastic record. Now moving on to the Scuderia Ferrari team, and yet pole position it is for Carlos Sainz. Charles Leclerc, who qualified in second, will actually start P12 because of a grid penalty for a new ICE and turbo, 5-place penalty for each component there. And a shame for Leclerc because his pace so far this weekend has been good. And a real shame for Ferrari because if, let's say, Leclerc did not have a penalty and they had the front row, legitimately locked out, then it would be not very hard for Max Verstappen to win the race today, but it would be way harder for Verstappen and Red Bull to take the win today, and Ferrari would be able to, at least for the first stint of the race, protect the lead of the Grand Prix. But obviously with Leclerc taking that pen, it does hurt Ferrari's chances quite a bit. With Charles Leclerc, obviously, he needs to make his way past those slower midfield cars as soon as possible, and really needs to get past all of those midfield cars by the time he gets to his first pit stop. And when he does get to his first pit stop, he should be realistically in 6th place, I think. But the problem is, again, because Ferrari wear their tyres out quite badly on race day, and because Ferrari at the moment just don't have really that good race pace, they just... I just don't see Leclerc really going anywhere higher than 6th today, because I think Perez in the Red Bull will be a bit quicker. The Red Bull car definitely, I think, will be in a better... will be the better car today than the Ferrari car, and I think Leclerc, unless he gets an amazing start to the race and is ahead of Perez already on the first lap, I just think Leclerc, the best he can do today, if there is no safety cars or virtual safety cars, I think the best he can do today is P6, unfortunately, for him. But what about Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, the man on screen? What can he do to win today's US Grand Prix and take his second win this season and second win in Formula 1? Well, when he won at Silverstone, it was actually the same front row, him and Verstappen on the front row that weekend, which I guess is a good omen for Carlos. But if he can maintain the lead on the first lap and keep Verstappen even behind on that back straight and not allow Max to get a run on him, that would be, an excellent job, really, because I think that Red Bull is going to be lightning quick on that first lap and very hard to keep behind. But if Carlos can keep Max behind for, say, the entirety of the first stint, then it gives Ferrari a decent chance. Not a great chance, because I still think, again, they lack the real pace and they don't have the ability to look after their tyres well enough to be able, I think, to come out on top. But I think if they can get to that first stint still with their nose in front, then there is still a decent chance for them to win the Grand Prix. What do they need to do strategically, though, to win this race? If Max Verstappen, say, is only a second or so behind Sainz and Red Bull decide to trigger the undercut with him, then at that point, there's nothing really Ferrari can do, because the undercut is very powerful around this circuit. It's worth at least a second a lap, if not a second and a half, maybe even 2 seconds per lap. Depends on what type of tyres the drivers who haven't pitted yet are on in terms of the gain on fresh tyres. But yeah, if that situation arises where Verstappen is only just behind Sainz and Red Bull trigger the undercut, there's nothing at that point they can do. So if that does happen, Ferrari need to, I would say, just try and go a few laps longer into the race. Maybe even go for a one less pit stop in the race to try and win the Grand Prix. That might be something they can do to try and combat Verstappen and win the Grand Prix. But would Ferrari have good enough tyre wear and pace on a one-stop strategy to win? I'm still not sure. And because of the clear ability to overtake here in multiple places, and because of how much time you gain on fresh tyres, I'm also not sure them converting to a one-stop strategy actually would work today. So the only hope really for Carlos Sainz to win is if, when we get to the first round of pit stops, if Sainz is 3 or 4 seconds ahead of Verstappen, then even if Max pits a lap earlier, then Carlos, if he pits a lap later, should be able to maintain the lead. But I'm not sure Carlos will be able to have the pace to actually do that. So I'm afraid, if you're a Ferrari fan, that it's going to be an inevitable situation today of, hope being there for the first 20, 30 laps or so. But then when the pit stops start, I think all hope will just disappear, and Max Verstappen will come on through and eventually get into the lead and win the race. One thing to look out for, though, with Ferrari is if their tyre wear is as bad as it was in Japan and as bad as it has been at times this season, they could be very well at serious risk of even losing out to Mercedes today. Because we know Mercedes have got good tyre wear. Mercedes have been actually decently quick this weekend. They've not been anywhere near as slow as I thought they would be. And they are definitely going to be quick to a certain extent in this Grand Prix. So that is definitely a risk for Ferrari, them dropping behind Mercedes. And I think there's definitely a chance, if their tyre wear's bad enough, that Ferrari could even drop off the podium here, with it being then Verstappen and the two Mercedes on the podium. But yeah, I think Carlos Sainz, again, I don't think he'll win the race. I think Max Verstappen will be the winner. I think, I'm trying to just think how it will go against the two Mercedes. That's really what is clouding my prediction here as to, where do I think exactly Carlos is going to finish. Because obviously, I've said I think Charles Leclerc will finish in 6th. I'm going to go for Carlos Sainz to finish in 3rd place. And I'll get on to why in a moment. But yeah, I'm going to go Verstappen to win, Hamilton 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Russell 4th, Perez 5th, Charles Leclerc 6th. That's my top 6 prediction for today's US Grand Prix. Let me know, guys, in the chat whether you agree or disagree with what I had to say there, and let me know your predictions for the Grand Prix. Do you think Verstappen will win? Do you think Ferrari can win with Carlos Sainz, or do you think Mercedes can grab their first win of 2022? Talking of Mercedes, let's now go on to them. And yeah, qualifying, I mean, the end result, 5th and 6th, seems pretty normal for them in 2022, but it was actually their pace pretty good in qualifying yesterday, and I think they're definitely contenders today. If the right things happen in this race, such as Max Verstappen maybe having a more difficult race than I think is going to happen, and maybe getting held up a bit too long behind Carlos Sainz, that really could bring Mercedes into the battle and could bring them properly into the fight for victory in this Grand Prix. And with, them 3rd and 4th on the grid, it's definitely possible. And of course, if anything happens between Max and Carlos at the first corner, the two Mercedes are ideally positioned to pick up the scraps there. But yeah, the pace from Mercedes, I think, will turn out to be better than Ferrari. And I think we will see Eventually, after the first round of pit stops, Mercedes really starting to come into the race. And I think probably between lap 30 and 40, Lewis Hamilton, either through the pit stop phase or on track, will overtake Carlos Sainz, because I think Mercedes, again, will have better race pace. Hamilton has been very quick this weekend, and I just think Ferrari are struggling a bit too much with the tyre wear. The reason, though, I'm not going for a double Mercedes podium is because with Russell, he hasn't been very quick this weekend. He's been lagging behind quite a bit this weekend as Russell, compared to not just his teammate, but the other 4 front-running cars and drivers as well. So, yeah, I think Russell will finish in 4th. If he can, though, improve his pace a bit, or maybe if Ferrari are even worse with their pace today than I expect, maybe he'll still be able to get onto the podium, which would be a great result for him and the team. But yeah, I think Mercedes will have a good day today. I don't think they'll be able to win, because I just think Max Verstappen will have too much pace, and he will get past Carlos Sainz probably by lap 20 at the latest. And by the time that happens, whether, that's lap 1 or lap 5 or lap 10 or lap 20, I think Verstappen will build a lead and run off a bit into the distance compared to Lewis Hamilton and the 2 Mercedes in general. But if you're a Mercedes fan, you should be confident today. There's definitely a very good chance of a good result today, a much better result than they've had in the last 2 races. Or even, the last 2 races. I was going to say the last 3, but obviously at Monza, Russell did finish on the podium. Mercedes looking good, which is good to see, because I was a bit fearful for them that maybe they had lost any opportunity at this point to maybe grab that first win of 2022. But I will say they definitely do have a decent chance today of winning the race. I would say probably 25-30% at most, their chance to win. But realistically, I'd have to go for Max Verstappen. But look out for Lewis Hamilton, because he's driving very well this weekend. And obviously we know how great he is around this circuit. He's won the US Grand Prix at the Circuit of Americas 5 times, I believe. And the other win in the US, the 6th one, coming at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in his debut Formula 1 season. But yeah, Mercedes looking good. Now, one thing I'm going to do before I get onto the midfield teams is look at the data from yesterday, the sector time data and the speed trap data. So I am going to hide the timer counting down to the race. I will get it back on screen probably in, 10 to 15 minutes time. So don't worry, it will come back on the screen. But I want to get into the data to look at where certain teams were so quick yesterday and who to look out for in certain parts of the track today. So let's look at the sector times first. In regards to Ferrari versus Red Bull, Ferrari were just, a tenth of a second quicker in the first sector. And in the first sector, Ferrari were very quick indeed, first and second in that sector. In the second sector, though, look how quick Max Verstappen was compared to the 2 Ferraris. He was a quarter of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz alone, just in that middle sector, which is why I say if Max Verstappen is only half a second behind as they come onto that back straight on the first lap, it could be curtains for Sainz, because that Red Bull is very, very quick. And obviously Perez up there in 3rd in that sector as well. And quite surprisingly, Lewis Hamilton up there as well in 2nd. So Mercedes have actually got some decent pace in that sector. But then in the final sector, Ferrari grabbing some time back, as Carlos Sainz was about a few hundredths of a second quicker than Max Verstappen and his teammate Charles Leclerc. So in qualifying yesterday, Sector 1 and Sector 3 was where Ferrari were quicker and Red Bull had the pace in Sector 2, and that's why Ferrari ended up finishing 1st and 2nd. No surprise that Ferrari were quicker in Sector 1 and Sector 3, because that, all those parts of the circuit, we know And we knew coming into the weekend we're going to suit their car better than Red Bull. But of course, it will change in the race. In the first sector, as long as Max Verstappen can stick in the dirty air behind Sainz and only, 8, 9 tenths behind, then when they come onto that back straight, Max Verstappen should be able to have plenty of chances to overtake Sainz into turn 12. And then it looks, by the looks of it in Sector 3, I mean, yes, Sainz and Ferrari were quicker, but not by that much. So as long as Max Verstappen, again, hangs around in the slipstream, then he should be able to stick with Carlos Sainz. So yeah, Max Verstappen definitely the one to look out for early on in this Grand Prix. And let's quickly look at Mercedes and how they got on in the sectors yesterday. So Sector 1, Hamilton, 2 tenths, or not even 2 tenths. 2 tenths of a second off the Ferraris in that sector. A bit disappointing because that sector, I thought, would be their strongest one because it's got a lot of fast corners in it. And we know the Mercedes car, most of the time this season, has been very quick in high-speed corners. So I'm surprised that they were 2 tenths of a second off. Really should have been at least a tenth of a second quicker in that sector. But then, yeah, surprisingly, like I was saying, in Sector 2, they were quicker, or as quick at least, as Ferrari and the Red Bull of Sergio Perez. So good pace there, and very impressive also from the Mercedes team. And you can also see Stroll and Norris in 7th and 8th in that middle sector. Obviously, 2 Mercedes-powered cars. So Mercedes-powered cars not doing too bad in that middle sector. The final sector, though, is where Mercedes were losing a lot of time. Russell was the quickest driver in the final sector, and he lost 3 tenths of a second to Carlos Sainz, and Hamilton lost 4 tenths of a second. So, yeah, that final sector they were really struggling with. So as long as they can clean that up a bit, they should be able to hang on a bit to at least Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari in this Grand Prix. But, yeah, it does appear that some of the high-speed corners here are not really helping Mercedes this weekend, which, again, is a bit of a surprise. Looking at the midfield, though, quickly. Yeah, Lance Stroll, super impressive performance. Obviously, I'll get to him and Aston Martin later, as he was the quickest midfield driver in Sector 1 and Sector 2. Sector 3, Alonso was the quickest midfield driver, and he did a very good final sector, 2 tenths of a second quicker than Stroll, and was splitting the 2 Mercedes there. And with Fernando Alonso, by the way, the time he did in qualifying was definitely not as good as what he could have done, because he only went a tenth quicker in Q3 than he did in Q2, when everybody else in Q3, except for Bottas, also massively improved on what they did in Q2. So Alonso is a lot quicker than it seems. And looking at the midfield, yeah, Alex Albon, very impressive in the first sector in the top 10 there. I'm a bit surprised, though, that in the middle sector, Albon isn't up there. Because, again, you've got that long straight, but Albon is quite low down and 4 tenths of a second slower than Stroll in the Aston Martin, which is normally a car that is a lot slower than the Williams at high speed. And then in the final sector, Albon as well, quite low down. So if Williams had just had some extra speed in that middle sector where you'd expect them to have extra speed, Albon probably would have got into Q3 yesterday, but at least he does start the race from P8. Also, Zhou Guanyu, watch out for him. His pace is a bit better than what we saw in qualifying. He was in the top 10 in the middle sector and was doing a decent pace also in Sector 1 and Sector 3 by the looks of it. But, yeah, those are the sector times. And let's now get into the speed trap data. So the 2 speed traps we're looking at are the 2 columns on the left-hand side out of these 4 columns. The main speed trap, the one on the far left-hand side of the screen, is the one at the very end of the back straight going into turn 12. Now, no surprise, Max Verstappen, the quickest through there. 2 Williamses right up there as well, which again, it's confusing why they were so slow in the middle sector, but they had one of the quickest speeds in qualifying. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Maybe Albon on his best lap went wide at turn 11 before the back straight, or maybe made a mistake before then. I'm not sure. But really, in that middle sector, you would have expected Williams to be quicker, but they've got the straight line speed at least, and Albon will be difficult to overtake in this Grand Prix today. Perez then is in 4th, and then you've got the Ferrari-powered cars of Zhou and the Alfa Romeo, Sainz and the Ferrari. So Ferrari, they've got some good straight line speed, but just not as good as Verstappen and the Red Bull. Verstappen, 4.5 kilometers an hour faster in the main speed trap, and if Max has got DRS behind Sainz, that's going to be, at least 10 kilometers an hour, the difference between the Red Bull and the Ferrari. Also, looking at the main speed trap, with Mercedes, I don't really understand why they were so quick in the middle sector, because you can see that main speed trap, they're 15th and 17th, and they're 8 kilometers an hour slower than the Red Bulls, yet they were as quick as Perez in that sector. And then, a couple tenths away from Max Verstappen. Now, I do know in the middle sector you've got, turn 7, 8, 9, and, 10 and 11. Turn 10, though, is just flat out. I know you've got those corners as well, but the majority of your lap time, I think, is spent on that back straight in the middle sector. So, yeah, it's surprising Mercedes. So slow in the speed trap, yet so quick in that sector. Anyway, doesn't really make any sense, but there you go. And also, Lance Stroll, so quick in that sector compared to the other midfield runners, yet he's very slow with his speed. He's actually 11 kilometers an hour slower than Max Verstappen in that speed trap, and 10 kilometers an hour slower than the Williams of Alex Albon. So they'll be hoping, Aston Martin, that Stroll does not get... or does not have Alex Albon behind him at any point with DRS, because that will be a done deal into turn 12. And then with the finish line data, that's not really relevant, to be honest, because the finish line is right after the final corner, so it's more about the exit of the final corner rather than how much top speed you've got. But not really surprised. The Red Bull's very quick, the Williamses, the Ferrari-powered cars very quick, and the Mercedes-powered cars, in reality, are quite slow, actually. So, yeah, we'll see how they get on down that back straight, and whether they can keep themselves out of danger and not have any Ferrari, Honda, or even Renault-powered cars behind them in this Grand Prix. The only Mercedes-powered car that did, anything respectable in that main speed trap was Lando Norris, and I'm guessing with Norris that maybe he took a bit of extra wing off to be a bit quicker in that main speed trap. Daniel Ricciardo, his teammate, on the other hand, how slow was he? 313 kilometers an hour. 7 kilometers an hour almost slower than Norris. So maybe Ricciardo going for a completely different setup to be maybe a bit more confident with the car. Not sure, but yeah, a bit weird that there would be, such a difference there in speed. But the Red Bulls, Williamses, and the Ferrari-powered cars, I would say, the ones to look out for in terms of who could make overtakes today. Now, quickly, before I go on to the rest of the teams, let me just quickly get up the timer again to count us down the Grand Prix itself. And we've got an hour and 20 minutes, I believe. There you go. Until lights out in Austin, Texas. Normally, I would now go on to the long run FP2 data from Friday and look at who had the best race pace, and then taking from that, data, I would come up with a full race prediction. Again, though, just like Japan, there wasn't any representative long-run data to go through, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that, meaning I wasn't able to do a full-on race prediction for you guys, so sorry about that. But, on Friday, in practice 2, they were doing tyre testing on the 2023 Pirelli tyres, And we didn't even know, what type of compound they were in comparison to what we've got this weekend or even this year. So that's why there wasn't any, for me, representative data from practice 2 to look at in regards to, who has the best race pace throughout the field. So really, it's a bit of a guessing game. The best teams on race day with their pace tend to be Red Bull, Mercedes, Alpine, Aston Martin, and Alfa Romeo tend to be the best teams with race pace. So those are the ones really to look out for. So yeah, keep that in mind as we get into the rest of this preview, and obviously when we get to the Grand Prix later on. But now I'll go on to the midfield, and we'll start with McLaren. If I can just adjust this picture. There you go. So yeah, McLaren are 6th and I believe 15th on the grid. For Daniel Ricciardo, who I'll quickly start with. Poor qualifying. Ricciardo definitely was, not hampered by the McLaren car being too slow or anything like that. The McLaren car was not, great yesterday and hasn't been great this weekend, but it was definitely better than 17th place in qualifying. So Ricciardo just did a poor job in the end. It was a shame that he was knocked out of Q1 yet again in 2022. Don't know how many times he's been knocked out in Q1, but that was very disappointing for Ricciardo. But I'm sure he'll make progress. I don't think he'll finish in the points, but I think he will make some progress and probably finish in P12, probably at best. And we have to remember again, and as we saw with those speed trap bits of data, that, Ricciardo, very slow down the straight. So it's not going to be easy for Ricciardo to make overtakes in this Grand Prix. The only way he's going to be able to overtake is really if he's got, a lot of fresh tyres available for the race. But for Lando Norris starting up in 6th, with Fernando Alonso thankfully back in 13th and Ocon in the pit lane, this represents a great chance for Norris and McLaren to score a few points and maybe outscore Alpine today. And to do that, really, Norris has to focus on beating Lance Stroll, who is the only person really who could scupper that happening. The problem is, Aston Martin, we know, normally in qualifying are not that much of a threat to teams like McLaren and Alpine, but in the race, we know how quick Aston Martin can be. So, and we know how quick Lance Stroll can be as well. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for Norris to beat Stroll today. And as well, Lance Stroll, we know, is very good at the start of Grand Prix. So yeah, it's going to be tough for Lando Norris. He definitely can do it, but I think realistically, given, again, how quick Aston Martin are on race day and how good Stroll's been this weekend, I think Lance Stroll actually will be the winner of, I guess you could call it, Formula 1.5. And Lando Norris, I think, will finish in 8th place, which is still a decent result, and they'll still outscore Alpine, but just not by as much as they could if they did beat Stroll in the race today. But they'll get a decent points finish, and they will gain on Alpine. Obviously, 13 points is the gap to Alpine. Only 4 races to go. If they can finish in 7th, which would be 6 points, and Alpine only manage to get a couple points, which I think realistically is what they will get, then, that's a gain of, 4 points? Back under 10 points, and then only single digits, the gap between them and Alpine. So, it will become a bit more realistic, them catching Alpine before the end of the season. But yeah, Stroll is going to be scuppering those plans. For Alpine, though, McLaren's main rivals, what can they do in today's Grand Prix in trying to salvage something? Because qualifying, did not go to plan at all. They were a lot slower than we expected as a team. Esteban Ocon getting knocked out in 18th place, which happened to him a few races ago, wasn't it? Was it the Italian Grand Prix, I think, where he was knocked out in 18th place or something like that? Yeah, that's been a bit of a thing with Ocon in the last few races, him getting knocked out surprisingly early. I think as well at the Dutch Grand Prix, he got knocked out in Q2 along with his teammate Alonso. But with Alonso, we'll start with him. I think, 13th on the grid, not great, but we know that he's got a lot more pace in hand than he showed, I think, in qualifying. Again, in qualifying, his Q3 time was not that much of an improvement on the Q2 time when everyone else in Q3 improved on their Q2 time by at least half a second. And if Alonso had done that, he would have ended up at least ahead of Norris, maybe ahead of Stroll as well. And if you go and watch Q3 back, Alonso didn't actually improve his final lap. So there is more pace there in the Alpine than what we saw. And we know Alonso on race day really does come alive, and the Alpine car is a better race car than it is qualifying car. So I expect Fernando Alonso definitely to finish in the points, and I think he'll finish in P9. As for Esteban Ocon, yeah, the Alpine's definitely quick enough to make its way through the field, but I just don't think he'll be able to get through quickly enough to be able to nick a point. I think realistically, he'll end up in 13th or 12th, maybe at best. He'll be really fighting with Daniel Ricciardo and maybe Alex Albon and Pierre Gasly for the, positions just outside the top 10, or maybe fighting just about for a final point. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, I just think Ocon has too much ground to make up. Ocon, if you didn't know, starting from the pit lane, and he's now taken on, I believe, a completely new power unit, has Esteban. But yeah, Alpine, I think they'll salvage something from this race, but they cannot allow what happened yesterday to happen again. Like I was saying yesterday, all they've got to do really is have double Q3 appearances for the rest of the season, and they should be able to convert that into enough points finishes for them to secure 4th in the championship. And that's not exactly what they did yesterday. But yeah, they'll get a couple points. They'll limit the damage to McLaren. But yeah, got to be better in Mexico with their qualifying effort, because they don't want to give McLaren an open door and an open invitation to getting back in 4th place before the end of the season. Now we'll go on to the final few midfield teams. Alfa Romeo next. They had actually the best qualifying since, Canada earlier this season. Even before that, you could say back at the Spanish Grand Prix, even, where Bottas was up in 7th place. Obviously, in, in Q2, not only did Bottas get through to Q3, but Zhou Guanyu initially did get through as well, but then had his lap time deleted for a track limit violation, and then he was put back to 15th, I think, or 14th, and obviously has gone back a further, I think, 5 places, or now 4 places, because Tsunoda's gone back a few places as well. By the way, I'm just looking at the live coverage of the US Grand Prix on Sky F1. A bit more cloud cover today, so it's not as hot, I don't think, as it was maybe earlier this weekend, which may help the Ferrari team in cooling down the temperature. But yeah, Alfa Romeo had a lot more pace yesterday than I think anybody expected. And Valtteri Bottas is 7th on the grid. That's the highest he has started on the grid, I think, since the Spanish Grand Prix back in May, where he ended up finishing 6th, and at one point was running in 4th place in the Alfa Romeo, I believe. As also, looking at the Sky F1 broadcast, it looks very windy, and we know what trouble that caused yesterday at times in practice, and also even on Friday. Yesterday, I think the wind speed was 28 kilometers an hour in practice 3, and in practice 3, it started at the same time the race will. So yeah, we could see some issues there for the cars today, which would be good to see an extra challenge thrown out there for the drivers. But yeah, good grid position for Bottas. Will he convert it, though, into a points finish? I don't think he will. And the reason is because Aston Martin have got both cars starting in the top 10, which is, as we know for Aston Martin, that have, a car that is so quick on race day, is ideal for them. I mean, we saw at the Belgian Grand Prix, after a poor qualifying there, Aston Martin eventually because of a load of grid penalties, were promoted inside the top 10, and they ended up grabbing a few points. So it is a big advantage for the Aston Martin team in these grid penalties happening. And you've got, for Aston Martin, Lance Stroll 5th and Sebastian Vettel in 10th. And what I think will happen is obviously Perez, Leclerc, and I think Alonso will beat Bottas. But I also think Sebastian Vettel will beat Bottas to the final point here at the US Grand Prix. So my prediction, guys, for the top 10, just to confirm, is Verstappen to win, Hamilton 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Russell 4th, Perez 5th, Leclerc 6th, Stroll 7th, Norris 8th, Alonso 9th, and Vettel in 10th. That's my prediction for today's US Grand Prix. And I think Bottas will finish in P11. He'll just miss out. But if Aston Martin are maybe not as quick as I expected, or Alfa Romeo are a bit quicker than I expected in this race, he should be able, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes and the Alfa Romeo team keep it simple and keep it all together, should be able to get at least a point from this Grand Prix. And obviously they are, Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin, engaged in a massive fight for 6th in the championship. Aston Martin only 7 points behind. And if Aston Martin were to get 7th and 10th in this race, which I predict, they would be level on points at the conclusion of the US Grand Prix. So, if Alfa Romeo in any way can prevent that from happening, that would be great for them. And to be honest, I don't root for really anyone in F1, but if you were to ask me who I prefer to see finish 6th in the championship, I would prefer Alfa Romeo, because they are definitely the smaller team and they've had a rough few years, and I think it would be a deserving position for them given how good of a season they have had. And Aston Martin, we know, still are underperforming for what they can actually do, given the amount of money and resources they pump into the project there. But Alfa Romeo, good pace. We'll see whether it's enough. And obviously good grid position. We'll see if that's enough for them to secure their first points finish since the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, and Bottas looking for his first points finish since since the Canadian Grand Prix, where he finished in 7th there. So we'll see how he gets on. For the home team, Haas F1, they are 14th and 16th on the grid, I believe they are, which is okay. It's nothing terrible, but their pace in qualifying was quite bad, and I don't see them really going anywhere in this Grand Prix. We know they don't have good race pace, really. What they're going to need is loads of retirements and maybe even a safety car coming out at the absolute perfect time to help them finish in the points. But I'll be honest, I don't see Haas F1 finishing in the points for the rest of the season. And I think, honestly, they'll be pretty lucky to finish where they are now in the championship, which is 8th. They are level on points with AlphaTauri, who are in 9th. So, Haas F1 probably heading for second last in the championship, which, given how much effort they've put into this 2022 car, not just a year leading up, but even longer than that, really is quite poor. They should have been finishing at least in the top 7 of the championship, given how much time and resources they've dedicated to this year. But their development this year, as we know, has been pretty poor. On to AlphaTauri. Pierre Gasly starts up in P11. He's got decent pace, Gasly. Unfortunately for him, he could have done better in qualifying yesterday. He was knocked out in Q2 in 13th, but he had a braking problem again, just like he had in Japan, which is what led to him having, did he get knocked out in Q1 in Japan because of those problems? I think he did, if I remember correctly. So Gasly had his issues again, and that's why he was very frustrated and waving his arms about. Hopefully those issues will not present themselves in this Grand Prix. We'll see whether they do. We do have a couple really big stops at this track. Turn 1, Turn 11, Turn 12 as well. So braking very important here. So yeah, there's unfortunately for him, a decent chance those brakes will let go again. For Tsunoda, unfortunately, he was starting in 13th, but he will be taking on, I believe, a 5-place grid penalty now for a new gearbox that has been fitted to his car. So yeah, that is unfortunate for him. And Tsunoda, I believe, will be starting the race in 18th place. Just looking now. No, apparently Tsunoda is actually starting 19th. And Magnussen actually is starting 13th, apparently. Not quite sure how that works. But yeah, that's what the FIA have said. So obviously I've got it incorrect there with what the starting grid is. But that doesn't really make sense in terms of the grid. I'm pretty sure it was a 5-place penalty for Tsunoda, but there you go. So the positions outside the top 10 will be Gasly 11th, Leclerc 12th, Magnussen 13th, Alonso 14th, Ricciardo 15th, Schumacher 16th, Latifi 17th, Zhou 18th, Tsunoda 19th, and Ocon will start 20th / from the pit lane. But yeah, in regards to AlphaTauri, they'll have decent pace, but I don't think it'll be enough to get into the points. I think the 3 quickest midfield teams today will be McLaren, Alpine, and Aston Martin. Not in that order, but yeah, those will be the 3 midfield teams to look out for in terms of who finishes in the points. And talking of Aston Martin, let's go on to them now. What a qualifying they had. Massive shout out to this man on screen, Lance Stroll. That was his best qualifying effort of the season, and he was, in my view, the driver of the day in qualifying. He was absolutely superb. With the only lap he did in Q3, he not just went 7th and went 7th by a long way. He was like 6 or 7 tenths of a second quicker than Alonso or Norris at the time. He was also only just under a second off pole position before those final laps. So, yeah, brilliant job by Stroll. And he is definitely getting better in qualifying, is Lance. And if he keeps improving, remember, Lance is only 23 years old. He's still a young driver at this point. He's got probably another couple years until he's, not young really anymore. So if he keeps making this improvement, then yeah, he's heading in a very positive direction in Formula 1 is Stroll. And yeah, great job by him. And because of how quick he is at the starts of races, we know he isn't going to lose any positions. And because of how quick the Aston Martin car and he is on race day, I think Stroll will finish in 7th for the reasons I've already laid out. And for Sebastian Vettel, I think he'll finish where he starts. Obviously, he'll be beaten by Perez, Leclerc and Alonso, but I think he will finish ahead of Bottas and Albon, the 2 cars just ahead of him, just ahead of Perez as well, and that will lead him to finishing in the points, grabbing the final point here in America. And like I said with Alfa Romeo, if that result does come out as the result at the end of the day, which is my prediction, Aston Martin to finish 7th and 10th, they would then draw level in the Constructors' Championship with Alfa Romeo. And even though I think it would be a better story if Alfa Romeo really finished in 6th, it would be a good recovery job, I would say, from Aston Martin if they were to finish 6th this season. Because at the start of the year, I thought they were arguably the worst team on the grid. Their car was so bad. It had unbelievable amounts of oversteer and no real grip overall. Front end, rear end was just absolutely terrible. They have improved the car during the season, and also in qualifying the last few races, they have been getting a bit better than they were doing, say mid-summer. So yeah, Aston Martin, they've improved this car. It's still fundamentally not a great car, but it is definitely better. And double points finish today. And if they were to get the result I predict them to get, I think they'll probably pull away then from Alfa Romeo in the championship, and then probably comfortably secure 6th in the championship as well. But we'll see whether they can hang on to the positions that I think they'll finish in. And finally, on to Williams. Alex Albon, of course, in the Williams, starting in 8th place. He was, as well, one of the drivers of the day in qualifying, finishing up in 11th, and was only just knocked out by Lando Norris in the end, in the McLaren. And he did, absolutely brilliant job there, did Alex Albon, to get that high up. I thought coming into qualifying that the best he would do was maybe 16th or 17th, something like that, getting knocked out in Q1. So for him to just get through to Q2 even was brilliant, but he almost, obviously, made it through to Q3, which is something I didn't think would happen whatsoever. As we're just seeing on the broadcast, we've got the man, myth, the legend, who presented the trophies at last year's Grand Prix, Shaquille O'Neal, at the Grand Prix. Good to see him. And we've also got, plenty of other celebrities as well. Ed Sheeran and Brad Pitt and all of those. Not really a surprise. Whenever there's a race in America, all the celebrities come out in force. We've seen this for the past few years. But, I think Albon will struggle to finish in the points. I think the only thing going his way is that if he does get cars, very quick cars behind him, we know the Williams is very quick in a straight line and will be hard to overtake. So if he can get a good enough exit from the corners before the long DRS straights, then he should be fine. But it is going to be a struggle. And I think in the end, he will end up falling out of the points. Probably finish in, 12th, 13th, somewhere around there. I know I've said Ricciardo and Ocon, I think will finish around there as well. But it will be a close fight between all of those cars. And we'll see how it all plays out. But if Albon is a bit quicker than I'm expecting, with that straight line speed he's got, you never know what he could do in this Grand Prix. So we'll see how he gets on. Hopefully, he does grab a point or two, because it would be a great job and great thing to see here in America. Obviously, the last time we raced here in America, back at the Miami Grand Prix, he finished 9th in the Williams. Great drive that day, and hopefully keeps it up here in America. But now, I'll cut on to these pictures, which you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself. Let me just adjust its position in my timeline quickly as well. There you go. So, for the next, not next 55 minutes, but the next, 30 to 40 minutes, guys. Let me know right now in the live chat, what do you think is going to happen in today's 2022 US Grand Prix? Who do you think is going to win and finish, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th? Give me your predictions here, and I will make sure to read out what you guys have to say in the live chat. But before I do, just want to say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022, and of course I'll be doing the same in Mexico for the Mexico City Grand Prix next weekend. And actually, next weekend, I'll be doing a watch-along for every session: Practice 1, Practice 2, Practice 3, qualifying and the race. And just to let you guys know, I will be live tomorrow at 6 PM UK time with some very important and key updates to the Red Bull cost cap saga. I'll be going live tomorrow at 6 PM UK time, just so you guys know. So make sure to join me for that as well. But if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. And as well, for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button, obviously to help the channel grow. And don't forget to give me a follow on Twitter as well, at ChazHD5, or to keep up to date with content on the channel. And I'm just having a look to see if there's any news on Twitter quickly. There was some news earlier that I didn't read out yet, which is because of the Red Bull owner Dietrich Mateschitz's unfortunate death. Obviously, Dietrich was the owner and co-founder of Red Bull. The punishment announcement for Red Bull for the cost cap breaking that they did has been delayed, but we think that it's probably going to be announced either middle of next week or at the Mexico City Grand Prix. So, yeah. We'll see what happens with that. And to be honest, it is the right decision because Red Bull obviously are grieving after what's happened there. And I'll just have a look to see if there's any other comments I can... not comments, any other bits of news I can find. And... no, can't say anything else. I don't think. No. So, I'll come to you guys in the chat. Again, let me know what you guys are thinking coming into this US Grand Prix. Let me just scroll up the chat quickly to read out some comments. And hello, obviously, to all of you. Good to see you all. Turbo says, the thing is, Ferrari dominates in quali. They have the most poles this year. If they can figure out the tyre where they could be dominant next year. The thing is, you say that, but they, you know, even if they had good tyre, which they did actually have earlier this season, they would then, you know, still fuck the race up by going for the wrong pit strategy or messing up their pit stop, which we've seen this year already. So if it's not one thing, it's another thing. It's not simply a, you know, if Ferrari fix their tyre wear issues, they'll be world champions. There's a lot more issues than that, and it does go quite a bit deeper than that. And yeah, we saw at the start of the season, compared to Red Bull, Ferrari were able to look after their tyres a lot better. But really, probably since Miami, the 5th race of the season, it's been Red Bull who have been, you know, easier on their tyres. So, you know, Ferrari put an upgrade on their car that has maybe accelerated their tyre wear woes, not sure. They do believe, Ferrari, that there was an upgrade that they brought to the French Grand Prix, which I believe was a new floor, which possibly made their tyre wear a lot worse. But, yeah, we'll see for next year whether they can make improvements on that. Hello to G Walker in chat. Good to see you. Turbo says, yeah, I'm a Red Bull, Honda, and Max Verstappen fan, but would be fine if neither won another race this year. The 13 race record I don't want to see broken. Verstappen has many years left to break it. True. Let me find some other comments here if I can. Paul James Squibb says, what is F1 most looking forward to for next season? I'm interested to see how Piastri does at McLaren and Alonso at Aston Martin. Well, he says Austin Martin. The thing I'm most excited about is Mercedes, because I think this season has been... It's been a good season, 2022, in terms of excitement, entertaining races, you know, good moments. It's been a good season, but it's not been a great season. For example, last year was probably the best season we've had since like the 2012 season. Last year was an amazing Formula 1 season. You could argue even the best season of all time, 2021. It was definitely the best championship battle of all time in 2021. So, yeah. I think, though, going back to this year, again, it's been a good season, but there has been things that have hampered it. Or there's been things that have hampered this season being greater or great, such as Mercedes being right there with Red Bull and Ferrari. If they were for the whole season, then we would have had probably still at this point a championship battle going to the very end of the season, just like last year, which definitely would have helped quite a lot. McLaren have been disappointing this season. The car they produced for 2022 just wasn't as good as what we were hoping, and it also wasn't as good as what McLaren were hoping and expecting, which hasn't helped, because my hope is that we would have 4 top teams this season: Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren. But we had, for the first 7-8 races, it was really Ferrari, Red Bull, the 2 top teams, and the Mercedes were more like a upper midfield team most of the time. But yeah, obviously they improved, thankfully, and it did lead to a improvement of the races. But also Aston Martin being as poor as they've been hasn't helped, because, you know, if you're looking at teams who could possibly jump from the midfield up to the front, Aston Martin are a team that are capable of it. They've got the resources. They've now got some personnel there that really could make the difference for them in putting them up towards the front of the field. So, yeah, there's been those factors, Mercedes, McLaren and Aston Martin not being as good as they really should be, which have hurt things in 2022. And yeah, because Max Verstappen's main contender for the championship this season was Ferrari, it was always going to be easier for him than if it was Mercedes or even McLaren as his main contenders. Yeah, a shame, but 2022, again, it's been good, but not as good as it could have been. So for 2023, what I am most excited about is Mercedes possibly returning to what they were like, say, in 2021, which, if they were to return to that type of pace compared to Red Bull, that would be, yeah, very exciting indeed for next season. And hopefully Ferrari maintain their pace, and they're still up there in terms of pace. I mean, they won't win the championship next season because they're still hopeless, but I want them to still be as quick as they've, you know, been this season, because at least it'll give us something interesting for next year. And hopefully McLaren will make some improvements. I know McLaren have not been totally happy with their car this year. It's a bit too... it's been a lot more difficult for McLaren, I think, this year to get their car set up in a way exactly where they want it, which has affected them this season. And their car has been too draggy, which has led to them having a lot less straight line speed than they had, obviously, last year. And obviously, if they make improvements on that, that could really help them next season as well. But yeah, if McLaren, Aston Martin and Mercedes make, you know, sizable, noticeable improvements next season, not, you know, absolutely massive improvements, but, you know, they get all quicker by, say, a third of a second next season, it will definitely make for a more exciting season in 2023, because you'll have, obviously, Alonso up there in the Aston Martin with Stroll. McLaren will be quicker with 2 very good drivers, and maybe they'll be able to nab a few better results next season and maybe a couple more podiums. You never know. And then, yeah, Mercedes will be able, hopefully, to win races and maybe contend for the World Championship. And if Red Bull do have at least a 25% reduction in their wind tunnel time for next year, and Mercedes are quicker next year, then that definitely could help things. But, yeah, we'll see what happens next year. Turbo says, I'm looking forward to Red Bull not cheating. Again, coming from a Red Bull Honda Max fan, I bet Red Bull cheated this year also. We'll have to wait till next year to see about that. And also Turbo saying this whole budget cap fiasco is exactly what F1 did not need. Plus, with everything coming out last couple of days, it looks like Red Bull either get a very light slap on the wrist or absolutely nothing. Stephen Daniel says, we need the cap, it's just not high enough per team. Let me find some other comments here if I can. From not just the same people, but different people as well. Evening, by the way, to Josiah. Good to see you in the chat. Lab Gorilla, good to see you. Says, had to log out. Bloody enormous lightning storm in the east of England. Fork lightning scared the bejesus out of me. Yeah, there's been a lot of heavy rain showers around the UK. I've had it here in the southwest as well. But, yeah, for this Grand Prix, at least in America, the weather is looking very, very good. But obviously, the last couple races we've had on the calendar, Singapore and Japan, the weather has been, quite poor. And it was very poor in Suzuka 2 weeks ago. And there's Ericsson. Oh, it's just responding somewhere else there. Let me scroll to the live comments in chat and see what you guys are saying. Lavgura says, if Max has any mechanical issues today, Hamilton will take the win. Yeah, if he was to have some, then I think you're right in saying that. Stephen Daniel says, what kind of Ferraris were those? They were just racing on television. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what the current Ferrari road cars are like. I'm pretty sure that, they were driving Ferrari road cars of, current day rather than, Ferrari road cars from 10 or 20 years ago. But, and they will look nice looking, but they will never be as good as some of the older ones Ferrari have. My favourite road car, by the way, of all time, it is, of course, a supercar, which obviously 99.9% of people will never own, is the Ferrari 458 Italia. That car is just absolute porn. I love that car. The best looking a road car I've ever seen, honestly. But unfortunately, that wasn't what they were using. Rob81K says, my last say on the cost cap, crap because I'm falling in the same trap you all are. If you spend $102 instead of 100, how much of a difference does this make, especially in high technology like F1? You need to spend massive amounts of extra money to gain a fraction of advantage. Yeah, I know your answer will be no, it is important, like you did yesterday, because that's what the media keep on telling you over and over without any real facts. Well, it is important. And the reason I say that, it's not just because it's important in terms of what they've overspent by. It's because this is the first time someone has actually breached the cost cap and it not be a procedural thing, being, something else. Because I know Williams, were given a, 25 grand fine, was it, earlier this season? And then Aston Martin have done a procedural breach as well. But the reason I say it's important is because, one, we need it in F1, because the amount of money teams were spending was unsustainable, and we were going to have teams going out of business, especially with the COVID crisis that came. And then, obviously, with the way the economies of the world are sinking, and they are still sinking, unfortunately, we had to bring this in, and it is for the best for Formula One. We should have had a cost cap in F1 like 15 years ago, to be honest, but we've got it now. But another reason I say it is important is because, again, this is the first real test of the cost cap, and we have to make sure that, or the FIA have got to make sure that they lay down the law and clearly lay out, look, if you break the rules, then you will be properly punished. So, yeah. And then Rob says, telling you over and over without any real facts, because that's what they do. They're making controversy. Well, it is objectively a controversy. And, it's always going to be a big story, this. They're making content. Anyone who spent more than a few minutes on this is, in my view, pathetic. I really don't understand what you're talking about here. Quality media should talk about the sport and leave this speculation, hearsay, blah, blah, blah. To the trash media, unfortunately, all the media has become like this, including you, Mr. Chazza. Well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to just ignore all news outside of what happens on the track? Because we can't do that. We can't just ignore reality and ignore what is actually happening. I'm not going to pretend like there is not a cost cap or that this isn't a thing. I wouldn't say I'm a Formula One news channel, but I can't ignore the news because it's important to my coverage of F1. I cover the news, certain bits of news, but I wouldn't say I'm a strictly F1 news channel. But yeah, I don't see how I should not cover it because because you think it's, pathetic or whatever you were saying. It's, a big story, and if it's proven that they spent quite a bit of money that helped towards developing their car for last year or this year, it's a massive story that absolutely has then at that point had an effect on the championship, and it should be talked about and publicised plenty. So, yeah, I really don't understand why you're being like this, but there you go. Gerhardus Bree says, why as soon as someone is in competition to Hamilton there's an unhappiness? Schumacher never down-called any competition. It only makes the sport more fun and exciting. Rob says, if you enjoy, go on, but come on, what are we here for? Apparently you're here for controversy. You don't understand what I'm talking about. I'm not here to only cover drama and controversy. I'm here to cover Formula 1 and what happens on the track, which I do every Grand Prix weekend. But again, I can't just ignore what's happening. Like, let's say YouTube, well, it was around in 2007, but let's say I was doing watch-alongs back then in 2007. I wouldn't be able to just cover the races and F1 and just not talk about Spygate, would I? Because it was a very important issue going on at the time. And it was critical to what was going on in the Formula 1 season. So I have to talk about it. I can't just ignore it. Anders Eriksson says, you shall inform us on the topic regardless race. That's why I'm here, and you're doing it great and proper, I think. I mean, yeah, I'm not... what do you call it? I'm not going to talk about it that much in this race. And I haven't really talked about it that much this weekend because I'm saving that all for Monday, where I'm going to go through, again, the updates we've had to the story over the US Grand Prix weekend. So if anyone wants to, check that out, you can tomorrow. Again, at 6 p.m. UK time, I'll be going live for that. But I've not really mentioned it this weekend. I've actually tried to just talk about the racing, but again, I can't just pretend it doesn't exist. Let me find some other comments here in the chat quick. Aaron Donker says, that's right, we need to know all the facts. And as well, the reason I keep talking about it at the minute is because, not massively this weekend. I've not been talking about it that much this weekend, I don't think. But the reason I will keep talking about it for the moment, and I will be talking about it more so again tomorrow night, is because the situation has not been resolved, and we still don't know, unfortunately, the facts of the situation. Once we know the facts and the punishment's out, I'll cover that, and then I'll probably just stop talking about it. Maybe I'll do an extra video after that, covering the whole situation as a recap, but, once we actually get to the end of this saga with, again, the punishment known and the facts, the full facts out there, yeah, I'll cover it, and then I'll probably, move on, but, yeah, I'm not gonna, obviously, keep covering it if the situation is over. I gotta read this comment out. Paul James Scribb says, will Gasly and Ocon drive into each other over an ex-girlfriend? Let's hope not. I don't actually know if that's the reason they fell out when they were younger in karting. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise me because that is such a young male thing to do. Fall out over something like that. But yeah, we don't know if that's true or not, so I'm not going to pretend like it is. They seem pretty happy, though, when Gasly was revealed to be Alpine's driver for next year. They seem pretty happy with each other, so maybe they've, got on better terms. I don't know. We'll see next year. I mean, saying that, they'll probably end up crashing with each other a million times next year. Love Gorilla Chazza, you've built a following by providing information as well as your opinion. You can't please everyone. Yeah, obviously. Cheers for that, though. Paul Esmond, Shazza, you're absolutely right to cover the story, and anyone objecting to it is just intellectually dishonest and lacking character. Integrity matters. Yeah, it is true. Integrity does matter in the sport, but yeah. We'll get into properly the whole situation, and again, all those updates tomorrow. But we have only got 34 minutes to go until the US Grand Prix, and we've got many of the cars on track now, on their way to the grid. So what I'm going to do quickly, guys, is I'm going to post the link back out in a couple places for the stream, and then we'll get into more of your comments in the chat. Let me just quickly, repost the link back out. As we're looking at Max Verstappen, I think. Yep. Just coming up to turn 11 on his, first lap of the day, I guess. Let me just post this out quickly. Come join us here to watch along the United States GP. And I'll just quickly post the link out for the stream on Twitter, and then I'll get into more of your comments. So keep them coming, guys, in the chat. And then what I will do probably in 20 minutes or so is I will do a poll in chat to ask you guys who you think is going to win the race today, or who you think is most likely to win the race today. So let me just quickly post link out one more time on Twitter this time. As, all the cars on circuit now. And the sun has gone away and it's clouded over, so it will be much cooler temperatures than it was yesterday or on Friday, which will help Ferrari. I mean, I think Ferrari and their tyre issues aren't really... I don't think they're limited to just when it's hot or hotter, their tyres wear out more. I think it's just they wear their tyres out more so than Red Bull do. But with the temperatures being lower, it definitely helps. And, right, I'll just do a few hashtags for this post, and then we will get back to your comments in the chat. And let me know if you haven't already, who do you think is going to win today's US Grand Prix? Will it be Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell? Do you think even Leclerc or Perez could come back from their lower grid positions to win? Let me know in the chat. And we're seeing a replay at the minute of the start of last year's Grand Prix. And obviously, at the start of last year's Grand Prix, which I didn't cover because I wasn't doing a stream for that weekend, Lewis Hamilton got an amazing start and ended up getting into the lead on the first corner, but obviously would not come out on top. It is interesting to note also, though, with what do you call it? With the stat about, 4 of the last 6 US Grand Prix have seen the man who starts in second into the lead on the first lap. But not all of them have actually gone on to win the race. Hamilton did in 2015, but Vettel in 2017 was overtaken, I think, a few laps later by Hamilton, who started on pole and would go on to win. 2018, Raikkonen did get into the lead and did win the race in the end, but it was a lot harder than just getting into the lead and staying there. And then, again, last year, Hamilton got into the lead, but he didn't keep it. So just because you keep the lead on the first lap around here doesn't necessarily mean you've got the race bought and paid for like you would at Monaco or Singapore. Like obviously we saw with Sergio Perez 3 weeks ago in Singapore, where he started second, got into the lead, and then Leclerc never really had a chance, even when he put under pressure on the dry tyres, to get ahead of Perez. As Ocon being wheeled back into the garage. And obviously Ocon is starting from the pit lane, so that's why he is still in the pit lane and now back in his garage. And obviously, before the race gets going, I will get onto the starting grid again. But yeah, for the next 15 minutes or so, guys, keep posting your comments in chat and keep letting me know what are your top 5 race predictions for this US Grand Prix today. My top 5 prediction is Verstappen to win from Hamilton 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Russell 4th, and Perez in 5th. Let me know whether you agree or disagree in the live chat. Got to say, though, with these cooler temperatures, it does help Ferrari, but it doesn't help Mercedes because, yeah, they don't like the cooler conditions because they do struggle, Mercedes, to fire their tyres up. So that's not going to help them in the first few laps with their pace. They will have better pace than they did in qualifying, of course, but it won't help them too much in the first few laps, and obviously on the first lap where tyre warm-up is crucial, as both Mercedes will be starting on the second row of the grid. Right, let me read out some more comments here. Paul James Squibb says, will Alonso be the number 1 driver for Aston Martin next season, even though Stroll's dad owns the team and he's starting to get better? Yeah, Alonso's still the number 1. To be honest, when Alonso signed the contract, it was probably already, agreed to a certain extent that Fernando is, the main driver at Aston Martin. And that if Aston Martin next year or the year after are in a position where they're a front-running team, Fernando will be the clear number 1 at that team. And no disrespect to Lance Stroll, but I think Fernando will be the better driver there. Stroll will put in some good performances, I'm sure of that, especially if the Aston Martin car is better next season, which we all hope it is. But no guarantees that it will be, unfortunately. As we wait for Aston Martin, really, to turn up in F1. Because 2021, obviously they regressed, as there was a slight regulation change as they went from Racing Point to Aston Martin, which definitely affected the Racing Point / Aston Martin car for 2021. And then obviously for this year, they just didn't get the design of the car right. But they've now got a lot of Red Bull and Mercedes engineers, I think, for next year. They've already started work at the team. So, yeah. We'll see how they get on next year. You'd think, and I do think, by 2024, they should be an upper midfield team by then, contending for 4th, 5th in the championship, really. If they're still where they are now in 2 years' time, then I don't really know what to say to that, because I don't really believe that they're going to be in that position. Surely not, with the amount of money they have and the amount of talent they have as well. Turbo says, I'm excited for Audi to join in 2026. Once Audi joins, I'll own cars from all minus Ferrari for obvious reasons. And Renault because they don't sell in the USA. Yeah, I can't wait for Audi to be in F1. Obviously, they've never been in F1 before as a manufacturer or a team. But, or an engine supplier, rather, or a team. But, yeah, we'll see how they get on. And if you're wondering, are they going to be a team? Are they going to be an engine supplier? They have confirmed they will be an engine supplier 2026 onwards. They haven't, though, confirmed what team they're going to be supplying. We think the team they're going to be supplying is Sauber, which is currently the Alfa Romeo team. It will become Sauber again in 2024 because Alfa Romeo, right after that news of Audi joining F1 was announced, Alfa Romeo announced that they would be ending their title partnership at the end of next season. So, yeah, we think it'll be Sauber Audi, or the Audi Sauber team, whatever you want to call it, for 2026. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I hope, though, I'd be nice if Sauber did have that partnership with Audi, but it would be nice if there was a bit of a surprise and maybe McLaren were the team that Audi partnered with. That would be a bit exciting. But to be honest, I don't think McLaren are going to take that risk, because it is risky for, say, a front-running team that is a customer to go with Audi for 2026, because they've never raced in F1 before, and with it being a new set of engine regulations, who knows how they'll do in 2026. So I think teams like McLaren and Aston Martin, for example, I think they will probably just stick with Mercedes for 2026. But if Audi prove to be immediately pretty good, then I expect McLaren, at least, to be on the phone trying to get a deal done for, I don't know, 2028 or 2029. But we'll see how that shakes out in a few years' time. Lab Gorilla says, are cooler temperatures better or worse for Ferrari? I would say better, but I don't think it will make a absolutely massive difference, but it will be better in some way. And he goes on to say, if I remember, they have really high downforce and tyre wear compared to Red Bull, so maybe low temps are good for them. Yeah, it should be. It should be better for them. I mean, if you think back to the Hungarian Grand Prix, where, I mean, tyres do get a pounding around there, but because we had low temperatures there, tyre wear wasn't really that bad in Hungary, and they were actually opting for the softer tyres because of how low the temperatures were. And even though Ferrari made a massive mistake by going onto the hard tyre, their pace, when they were not on that tyre, was very good, and they didn't have any tyre wear problems. They just made a massive mistake, which is why Max Verstappen ended up winning. Because if Leclerc didn't... if Leclerc wasn't pitted onto that tyre, then he probably would have won the race. So, yeah, it helps them, but I'm not sure it helps them, you know, massively. But it does help them somewhat. Paul James Squibb says, Max, I think, is most likely going to win, but Sainz might miraculously circumnavigate his own team strategy and win somehow. It's pretty hard to do that as a driver, to be honest, because obviously you don't know what the gaps are like behind. So if you decide you want to pit, you might come out in a load of traffic. Yeah, that's why you need to rely on your team, unfortunately, for, you know, when you should or need to pit, because you just don't know what's going to happen with, you know, traffic and that. As Martin Brundle trying to interview Brad Pitt on the grid, and Brad trying his best to run away. But at least he did give Martin some comments there by the looks of it. Lab Gorilla says, Sainz is actually more assertive than Leclerc with the team. This has surprised me this year. Sainz and Leclerc... or Sainz learned not to listen to them, but Leclerc keeps giving in to them. I think it's because Leclerc is so, you know, he's super loyal to Ferrari, which, I mean, I understand, because Ferrari, you know, he's been with them for years. They gave him the opportunity in F1 with Sauber. I mean, obviously Sauber are their own team, but Ferrari had, you know, quite a lot to do with him being, you know, put into that team in 2018, and obviously was given a great opportunity of being in Ferrari in 2019 as well. But, yeah, I think Leclerc really should be questioning the team more. But I think it's kind of like Lewis Hamilton at McLaren back in the day, where because Hamilton was so loyal to McLaren until obviously he decided to leave because he decided that McLaren was no longer the place for him. Yeah, I think back when Hamilton was with McLaren, Hamilton probably didn't question McLaren maybe as much as he should have in regards to decisions. But, yeah, that's the way it's been. And I will agree that Carlos Sainz has been more assertive than Leclerc has. Turbo says, I hate to say it, but honestly, Max will probably break the 13 race win record. This coming from a Verstappen fan. Would be nice to see Alonso, Sainz, Hamilton get a win this year. Verstappen this season has how many wins? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, he's already got 12 wins. Yeah, he only needs 2 more wins. Well, as well, Martin Brundle just showing on his grid walk, there's a lot of work going on to the brake disc of the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, the front left brake disc. But, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, Verstappen, 12 wins this season. I think he'll win today, which will equal the 13-win record. Obviously, does help there's more races now than there was when Michael Schumacher won 13 races in 2004 and when I think Vettel won 13 races in 2013. But yeah, I think Max will break the record of 13 wins. Again, I think he'll win this weekend, and I think he'll probably win in Mexico as well, because he pretty much owns that track. He's won the Mexican Grand Prix 3 times, is it, already? And he's even won it in cars that weren't, amazing or anything. So, yeah, I think Max will definitely break the record, as we've just got, 18 minutes to go now until the race gets going. Paul Esmond says, I believe Lewis Hamilton will win today, with Sainz second, Verstappen third, Russell fourth, Leclerc fifth. I'll be honest, I don't want Mercedes to win, but I wouldn't mind Mercedes winning today. And I do think we need, another Grand Prix like we've had a couple of times this season, which is where Mercedes are actually able to fight for the victory. I think that would be, great for us fans, entertainment-wise, as more work going on to the brake discs of the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton on both front brakes now. As I think Red Bull, or not Red Bull, I think F1 are about to do a tribute to Dietrich Mateschitz on the grid. As David Coulthard speaking to camera on the F1 broadcast. But we've still got 17 minutes to go, obviously. Rest in peace to Dietrich. Obviously, what he did with Red Bull was fantastic. The co-founder he was of Red Bull. He promoted so many different sports that weren't really getting as much attention as, they were before he started giving them attention, extreme sports. And obviously, he has helped so many people's careers and lives in F1. If it wasn't for Dietrich Mateschitz, Sebastian Vettel and Max Verstappen potentially would, at this point, still have not have won world championships. So, yeah, it's absolutely brilliant what Dietrich did for those people's lives, and obviously did for F1. And yeah, Red Bull, 10 years ago, they did dominate Formula 1, and it did get a bit boring at times. And they are dominating now, I guess you could say. But their addition to F1 has been brilliant. It's been exactly, I think, what F1 needed, because since they became a proper front-running team, which was in 2009, Sebastian Vettel wearing, by the looks of it, all black, which is a good thing there to see. Obviously, he had a close relationship with him. Since they became a front-running team in 2009, they've been able to give teams like Ferrari, Mercedes, or McLaren back then a lot more of a run for their money than they had before Red Bull came around properly as a front-running team. And if it wasn't for Red Bull coming around and being in Formula 1, then we would have had, since 2014, for example, or even 2015, rather, the top 2 teams in F1 for every year, except for maybe, 2020 and the odd year here or there, be Mercedes and Ferrari, with no other team able to compete. So they have made Formula 1 more exciting. They've made Formula 1 a better place. I know, obviously, what maybe they've done at the minute maybe not be the greatest thing with the whole cost cap thing, but Dietrich has, been great for Formula 1, and rest in peace to him. And I'll cut back to some comments from you guys in chat. Stephen M says it's going to be a big change for Ferrari losing the better of the 2 constructor teams. What other comments have we got here? Anders Ericsson says, I was impressed that Honda were able to get so much or that much power on that E10 fuel. Impressive. Red Bull's great straight line speed, though, isn't really down to the power unit. It's down to the car philosophy. The way the car's designed this year, the Red Bull car, it's has very low drag and is very quick in a straight line, but is also very quick in the corners. And it's not always the quickest car, the Red Bull, every weekend. We've seen, Ferrari in qualifying this year have been the better team. But it is the perfectly balanced race car, the Red Bull. It has just enough downforce and just enough straight line speed. When, with Ferrari, who we believe have got the most powerful power unit on the grid, definitely not the most reliable, but the most powerful power unit on the grid. Their car, very good in the corners, but a bit too slow at times down the straights. But yeah, with Red Bull, it's the perfectly balanced race car, and that's why in 2022 they've been so dominant. Well, not the number one reason, but it's a big reason why they've been so good this year. As the American national anthem plays and the fireworks all go off, obviously in Austin, Texas, or in that part of the world, they're obviously very proud of the flag and being American. And a great crowd as well at the US Grand Prix. Great to see another massive crowd of, over 100,000 people, at least. As, just seeing George Russell and Toto Wolff on the grid being interviewed by Simon Lazenby. Let me try and find some other comments here in the chat. In a moment, I am actually going to do a poll in the chat to see what you guys think going into the race as to who's the most likely to win. And actually, I've decided I'm going to do it right now. Let me just do that quick. Let me just get this poll up. So, who do you think will win the race? And I'll just do the options quickly. So, do you think it will be Verstappen winning or Sainz? The other two options I'll go for will be Hamilton and Russell. So we'll just quickly do that. Right. So there you go. And that poll, guys, is at the top of the live chat. So everyone watching right now, go to the poll at the top of the live chat and make sure to vote on who do you think will win the race. Do you think it'll be Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, or George Russell? Vote right now, and let's try and get, close to 100 votes or something. And then I'll see what you guys have to say. Quick update, more work going on to the Mercedes brakes. Both brakes, both front brakes, and the technical delegate, Joe Bauer, who's been around in F1 for forever, it seems, is watching over to see if, everything's being followed to the letter of the law. And looking at the Mercedes mechanics' facial expressions, they don't seem to be panicking very much. They seem to, be a bit relaxed about it. So maybe they think that they're going to get that fixed. And yeah, keep voting, guys, on that poll at the top of the live chat, and I'll make sure to get to it in a few moments' time. And let me just see if there's any news on Twitter I could quickly read out in regards to Lewis Hamilton's front brake issue. And no, I can't see anything at the minute. But yeah, keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat. Who do you think will win the US Grand Prix. Looks as though Verstappen is winning that poll at the minute, but let's get, I don't know, 50 or 60 more votes before I end the poll. And then probably in a couple minutes' time, I will, what do you call it? I will get on to some final stats and the starting grid for today's US Grand Prix, as we're now just under 10 minutes away from the formation lap beginning at Circuit of Americas, as now Christian Horner being interviewed as the sun is just coming out a bit more now, so the sun is coming and going in terms of its appearance. So the track temperature will be warm to a certain extent, but not as warm as it was yesterday, and plus there is quite a blustery wind around today. So difficult conditions for the drivers out there, but thankfully not, you know, massively wet or anything. And we've got, what, 40 votes so far on that poll. Let's try and get some more if we can. And yeah, looks as though Max Verstappen winning the poll still. And now Christian Horner has been interviewed, and the race, yeah, going away very, very soon. It's now George Russell getting into his Mercedes car. Doesn't look as though he has the same issue on the front brakes as what Lewis Hamilton has had. So, yeah, just a Lewis Hamilton problem. Maybe Lewis complaining about something on the way to the grid that they could fix, and that won't result in him starting from the pit lane or anything. As Gasly now gets ready to get in his car, and Carlos Sainz already belted in and ready for the start of this race. Right, I'll end the poll quickly. And let's see what you guys have to say. So we've had almost 50 votes, and you guys think Max Verstappen will win the race, with Sainz in second, Hamilton third, and then Russell fourth. That's the choices there. So yeah, I would agree with who's most likely to win. But yeah, cheers for that vote, for you guys voting. And let's now, with 7 minutes to go, let's get into some final stats and stuff before we get into the US Grand Prix. So let me hide that timer. Let's get into some stats firstly regarding the Red Bull team. Max Verstappen, he won last year's US Grand Prix and has had 2 other podium finishes here. He is very successful around this track, given the type of cars he's driven around this track before. Red Bull have also won the US Grand Prix twice since 2013, and Red Bull need to outscore Ferrari by, I think it's now 19 points to win the Constructors title today, which, given that, you know, Leclerc's far down on the grid and Red Bull should be quicker today, it's possible, but I'm not sure they will definitely get it. We'll have to see in this race. For Ferrari, let's go to them now. Charles Leclerc, his best finish at the US Grand Prix is 4th from 2021 and 2019. Ferrari's last win here at the US Grand Prix was in 2018 with Kimi Räikkönen. That was Räikkönen's last win in F1. Ferrari, though, have gone 3.5 months without a race win. They're looking to break that duck, and they're now looking to end the race win streak of Red Bull, which is currently 7 wins in a row. And obviously Red Bull looking to make it 8 in a row in this Grand Prix. And for Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton has won the US Grand Prix 6 times since 2007. 5 of those wins have been at the Circuit of Americas, 1 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and 2 of them for McLaren, and the other 4 for Mercedes. Mercedes' last win here was in 2019 with Valtteri Bottas, and Lewis Hamilton's last win here was in 2017. A brilliant drive that pretty much at the time secured him a 4th World Championship back in 2017. A quick reminder of the championship standings. Max Verstappen, of course, is already the world champion, Sergio Perez is second, currently 1 point ahead of Charles Leclerc. That's a very important battle to look out for. George Russell is in fourth with Carlos Sainz in fifth. Russell leading that battle for fourth by 5 points. Lewis Hamilton sixth, not too far behind, but if he wants to finish any higher than sixth, he'll have to have a good race today and, of course, a good end to the season. And then the rest of the top 10, Norris, Ocon, Alonso, and Bottas. And on the constructors side, again, Red Bull need to outscore Ferrari by, I believe, 19 points to win the Constructors' World Championship for 2022. Mercedes, we think, are secured absolutely in third, but if Ferrari have a poor race and Mercedes have a very good one, you never know. Mercedes might be able to put Ferrari under pressure for second in the championship before the season comes to a close. Alpine are fourth, 13 points clear of McLaren in fifth, with Alfa Romeo in sixth, Aston Martin seventh. That's also a very important fight. Haas at eighth with AlphaTauri ninth, level on points those two teams are, with Williams in 10th. And now, let's get on to your starting grid for today's US Grand Prix. The front row, it is Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen, of course, used to be teammates at Toro Rosso, and it was the same front row as when Carlos Sainz won his first Grand Prix at Silverstone earlier this year. On the second row, it's an all-Mercedes second row. They're definitely looking very, very good this weekend. On the third row, it is Lance Stroll and Lando Norris. And on the fourth row, Valtteri Bottas and Alexander Albon. Obviously, Bottas won this Grand Prix back in 2019. And completing the top 10, it's Sergio Perez and the ex-Red Bull driver of Sebastian Vettel, who has won here once before. In 11th and 12th, it's the good friends of Pierre Gasly and the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Fernando Alonso was, I believed, in 13th, but it's actually Magnussen in 13th with Fernando Alonso in 14th. And then in 15th place, I believe it is Daniel Ricciardo from Mick Schumacher in 16th. I will just quickly check, though, to see if I am correct. And yes, 15th and 16th, it is Ricciardo and Schumacher. On the penultimate row of the grid, I believed it was going to be Zhou and Tsunoda. It's not. It's actually Latifi in 17th and Zhou in 18th. So then it will be Tsunoda 19th. Esteban Ocon, though, definitely starting 20th because he is starting from the pit lane. So that is your starting grid for today's 2022 US Grand Prix in Austin, Texas. And now, let me get my graphics on the screen, or obviously the Grand Prix. And I will change around the running order there for the proper, for what the actual grid is. In just a second, let me just quickly get on screen the ticker there. And yeah, let me just move around a couple positions. Magnussen obviously up in 13th. Latifi starts 17th. Zhou 18th. Tsunoda 19th. And Ocon in 20th. And to be honest, I think the tyres they are most likely going to start on, as the C4, C3 and C2 compounds are the ones available for this weekend, if you did not know. Most of the grid I expect to be on the medium compound tyre. We will see, though, when the formation lap gets going, who is on what compounds. Maybe, you never know, we'll get a few soft tyre runners, as they're just on the F1 broadcast going through the starting grid now. And I'll just get that on screen as well. Obviously, the race hasn't started yet, but it will be a 56-lap race here at COTA. And normally, races around here are pretty good. I can't really remember the last properly boring US Grand Prix we had. Maybe 2016, you could argue, but we did get a very good midfield fight between Alonso, Sainz and Massa. To be honest, I think you could probably say there's never been a boring race here at the Circuit of Americas. And it is definitely one of the best new additions to Formula One we have had since the 2010s decade began. And now we cut to the starting grid on the TV broadcast. And we are now looking at some of the drivers. Leclerc, quickly, now looking at Sergio Perez. I'd imagine Leclerc and Perez definitely will start on the medium. I don't see why they'd start on the soft, because even though, yes, it'll get them through the field quickly, those soft tyres will probably fall away pretty quickly as well. As the Ferrari mechanic's about to take off the tyre blankets in a moment. And of course, I will be displaying the graphics for what tyres certain cars are on. I will make sure to display it on the actual screen when we actually know what tyres everyone is on. So don't worry, I will display it on the screen by the time we get to, say, lap 3 or lap 4, hopefully. As I can see, Max Verstappen is on the medium compound tyre. And so is Perez and Vettel and Leclerc and Gasly. So it looks as though, yeah, most people on the medium. And the formation lap begins right now. As they go away on this formation lap. Sainz very slow away. Verstappen pretty much doing a practice start there on the formation lap, which not sure you're necessarily allowed to do. But Sainz now retakes the lead. And they're just displaying on the screen record-breaking attendance. 440,000 people have attended the US Grand Prix this weekend. Brilliant to see. So many fans at this glorious racetrack. And everyone in the top 12 is on the mediums. We've got Magnussen and Alonso and Schumacher and Ocon on the hard tyre. So I will quickly try and get that on screen. Or not get it on screen, but get it set up as to who is on what compound. Formation lap should take another couple minutes, though, to complete, because it is a bit of a longer lap here than it is at Suzuka. It's, 1:35, or it should be in the race, of 1 minute 40 per lap in, you know, the quickest conditions. And, yeah, I'll make sure to get the graphics on screen when I can. And I know Ocon at the back is on the hard tyre, so I'll just quickly put that in. As Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen are just coming around to the final few corners, and so is Lewis Hamilton as well. And of course, Lewis Hamilton looking for yet another win at the Circuit of Americas, and it would be great if he got that. And obviously, it would be their first win of the 2022 season, which absolutely nobody thought that they would go that long without a win, as Sainz backing the pack up a lot into the final two corners. And now is coming onto the starting grid. And in a moment, we'll line up on pole position. Obviously, doesn't want to wait too long on the grid. And doesn't want to let his engine overheat, his gearbox overheat, brakes overheat, all of that on the grid. Right, I've got all the tyres on my end sorted for who's on what compound, but I will display it after the start once, you know, the positions have been settled. I'll make sure to do that for you guys in a moment. As Esteban Ocon now moves to the exit of the pit lane, as we've almost got all of the cars on the starting grid. As Yuki Tsunoda will be the last man on the grid. And he's just lining up now. This is the 10th edition of the US Grand Prix. Let's make it a good one here in Austin, Texas. As Tsunoda lines up now. Green flag, waving the lights. Come on. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And it's away we go in Austin, Texas. I thought I saw Max Verstappen moving early there, but Verstappen has indeed got into the lead of this Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz is second, and I think, there's contact there. And Carlos Sainz has spun, and he's now last. I don't know who hit him. I think a Mercedes might have hit him there, as you've got a McLaren and an Aston Martin side by side. I think Norris and Stroll. Norris had to take evasive action, and Stroll, I think it is, has got back ahead, or it might actually be Sebastian Vettel. I'm not sure. No, it is Sebastian Vettel. Norris had a poor start there as Perez passes Bottas. Now Albon down the inside into turn 10. And a lock-up there ahead for a Mercedes, I believe. And now we've got an AlphaTauri of Gasly dive following a Williams that goes off the track at a crazy start here. And now we're looking at Leclerc, who might be going. He is going now 3 wide as Sainz has got a puncture, he says. Down the back straight. And Leclerc, I think, overtaking Bottas there. As Gasly and Albon still side by side. I'll update the running order when we actually know what it is. It's currently Verstappen leading. Hamilton is second. Lance Stroll is third. For Aston Martin, cars side by side absolutely everywhere. As they come into the final sector, a Haas then and AlphaTauri side by side. And yeah, what a start for Aston Martin. They're third and fifth on this first lap. And here's a replay of the start. And I think, as we're now on to lap 2, I think George Russell hit Carlos Sainz. So Verstappen got the better start into the first corner. And yep. And I think Russell will probably get a penalty for that because Sainz was quite clearly ahead. And yeah, he just took him out there, did Russell. Quite poor driving for Russell. As yep, lap 2. And it is Verstappen, Hamilton, Stroll, Russell, Vettel. And Sainz is out. He's been wheeled back into the garage. He's out of the race. Yeah, it's Verstappen, Hamilton, Stroll, Russell, Vettel. Norris is 6th with Perez in 7th. And then Gasly has had a great start up to 8th. Albon is 9th with Charles Leclerc 10th. Under investigation is that incident between Russell and Sainz. And yeah, Russell should get a 5-second penalty or maybe even a drive-through penalty. You never know. Bottas is currently in P11 as Perez down the inside. He goes of Lando Norris. And Leclerc there passes Alex Albon for 9th. Yeah, Bottas is in 11th. We've got Alonso in 12th. Ricciardo is 13th. With Tsunoda 14th. What a start by the Japanese driver. And then it's Latifi in 15th. With Zhou 16th. And then Schumacher 17th. Magnussen 18th. Ocon 19th. And again, Carlos Sainz is out of the race as we're now on lap 3. And Max Verstappen does the fastest lap of 1:41.6. The gap about 1.9 seconds between him and Hamilton. As Bottas getting a run there on Albon into turn 1, but not able to go for the move. But yeah, lap 3 we are on. And I'll try and display the tyres on the screen. There you go. I've got to change a few of them round though, because a couple are on the wrong tyres, because obviously the order is now changed around. Sainz, though, is out. He is out of the race as they continue on this third lap. The top 11 are on medium tyres. Alonso, though, in P12 is on the hard. And then we've got Ricciardo and Tsunoda on mediums, and then Schumacher, Magnussen and Ocon towards the back on the hards, as Leclerc now stuck behind his, again, good friend Pierre Gasly. As Bottas trying to send it down the inside of Albon at turn 13. Unlucky for some. Luckily for Albon, didn't get overtaken. As Bottas getting a very good run on him on the exit of turn 15, I think that was. And Albon just about for now keeping his nose in front, as Ocon, I've just seen, has passed Magnussen. And we're now on lap 4 out of 56. Max Verstappen has extended his advantage by another 0.3 of a second. George Russell still behind Lance Stroll, which is interesting. Maybe Russell's got some damage to his car. But Stroll doing a good job, as Vettel still staying ahead of Sergio Perez. And here's a replay of the start. I want to see again if Max Verstappen jumped the start, because I thought I saw him briefly rolling. I may have just been seeing things, which is definitely possible. And yeah, Russell just went straight into the side of Sainz. And yeah, Verstappen got a much better start than Sainz. Sainz had a very poor one. And then Russell down the inside was side by side with his teammate. And yeah, Sainz was clearly ahead, and Russell just tagged his rear end and caused his retirement. And I don't see how Russell is not going to get a penalty for that, because that was a pretty poor mistake. And Russell's had this a few times this season, crashing into people. Did it twice in Singapore. And he's done it again. And now is struggling to pass Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin. And I got to say, that's such a shame for Sainz. I know Sainz had a poor start and he lost the lead, but to have his race literally destroyed at turn 1 and be out of the race already is very unfortunate. Lando Norris apparently now is in 8th place. I haven't seen anything about that. They're showing that he's on board of him getting held up by Sainz getting tagged. And then him trying to go side by side with Vettel. And then they cut away, annoyingly. Gasly has passed Lando Norris, which is surprising. Gasly on the move. Up to 7th now, as we're now on lap 5. And Russell is still behind Stroll. Lance Stroll is doing really well. He's only 4.5 seconds behind Hamilton. He's losing, a second a lap nearly, I think, to Hamilton. But his pace is pretty good. As Perez, I've just seen, has overtaken Vettel. Perez up to 5th. Race is working out well for him because he's not too far behind the podium sitters. As Latifi has dropped to 19th for some reason. Maybe just because he's too slow, which is definitely possible. But the current order on lap 5 as George Russell down the inside of Stroll and gets the move done into turn 12. Goes slightly wider than he would want, but yeah, Russell is up to 3rd. And Leclerc, I think, is about to pass Gasly. Norris is actually re-overtaking Gasly. Gasly now back down to 9th, and Tsunoda has just overtaken Ricciardo for 13th. A lot of overtaking going on out there. Now Leclerc passes Norris for 7th. Great double overtake there that we haven't seen at all. As we're now looking at Perez all over the back of Stroll. Verstappen saying wind makes it very tricky. It's very gusty. And yeah, it still looks pretty gusty out there for the drivers. As Perez thinks of sending it into turn 1, but I think it's just too bumpy on the entry. And we're now seeing a replay of how Perez got ahead of Vettel into turn 13, or turn 12, sorry. And here's a replay of Latifi, and that's why he lost positions. He spun at turn 6, I think that was. He spun round, probably the wind doing that, blowing him off course. And then had to get going again, and that's why he is now in 19th place. As Williams were about to bring, or have they brung Latifi in? Yes, they have. Latifi has now pitted for another set of medium tyres, as George Russell, guys, has been given a 5-second time penalty, which, to be honest, I don't think is fair. Not because I don't think he deserves a penalty, as Sergio Perez, by the way, has passed Lance Stroll. But I think he deserves more than that, like a proper drive-through penalty, because he's actually destroyed and eliminated Sainz from the race. So I don't think that's a fair penalty. That he should have more than that. He's pretty lucky to only get away with a 5-second penalty there. As Bottas, I've seen now, is ahead of Albon, and Alonso is as well, as Max Verstappen begins lap number 7. He is pulling away from Hamilton, but not, massively. The gap, 2.5 seconds, and Hamilton is, I think, starting to keep it at about 2.5 seconds rather than letting Verstappen pull away into the distance. Charles Leclerc up to 7th, as you guys know. His next victim is Sebastian Vettel. 5th and 6th currently for Aston Martin. Let me just quickly update a couple tyres on the screen, because Alonso is actually on the hard, and obviously Albon is on the medium in the Williams, as Norris has got Gasly and Bottas all over the back of him, so McLaren struggling. And I've just noticed as well, Daniel Ricciardo has been overtaken again, now by Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo, so McLaren are struggling. They're falling back in this race. And I'll keep you guys updated, obviously, as to how Leclerc does, and also how Perez maybe gets on against Russell, because I think Perez now just creeping within a second of the Mercedes. As Gasly there, I just missed, I think, dived down the inside of Norris at turn 12, and he's got the move done. Norris tried to come back at him, but was unable to do so. He will, though, try through the next few corners, but I think Gasly has got the move done this time. So Pierre Gasly up to 8th, and he's having a good race, is Gasly. As we're now on lap 8, and Verstappen pulling out another 0.3 of a second. So 0.3 a lap, it appears, is the difference between Red Bull and Mercedes out front. As Perez just a second behind Russell. Leclerc, interestingly, not catching Vettel that quickly. He's catching him, but not as quickly as I thought he would. As Norris tries to get a good run on Gasly through the exit of turn 1, and he does, but he's not going to be able to overtake him. Here's a replay of Perez on the first lap. And oh, very good move there, but was lucky that whoever that was who didn't turn into... Oh no, we saw that, didn't we, on the first lap on the broadcast. And Perez, the right-hand side end plate of his front wing is not just damaged, it's gone. So he's got quite a bit of damage to his front wing, but he's still decently quick. No further investigation, by the way, in regards to Gasly versus Albon. Not sure what that's for. Looked fine to me, as Perez dancing around in the mirrors of Russell's car into turn 12, and now trying to have a look at the Mercedes. But it appears out front with Verstappen and Hamilton, the difference really is just that middle sector and the speed Red Bull have down the back straight. If it wasn't for the back straight, I think Mercedes would be lapping at the same speed as Red Bull. But yeah, they've got the straight line speed, Red Bull, which obviously Mercedes have not. As we go on to lap 9, Charles Leclerc has not really caught Vettel that quickly on this lap, which is, again, interesting. The gap a couple laps ago was 2.8 seconds, I think. And it's come down to 1.4 seconds, but I would have thought it would come down quicker than that, to be honest. As Perez coming through the first sector, now completing the first sector, is right behind Russell. And as long as he keeps this close to Russell, as he is, only like, I don't know, 7 or 8 tenths of a second behind, he should be able to have a go into turn 12 at the end of this long back straight. Just looking down the rest of the order, see if there's any changes, and there is not. The order's still the same. Your top 10: Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Stroll, Vettel, Leclerc, Gasly, Norris, Bottas. Here comes Perez down the back straight. Will he have a go at Russell into turn 12? He forces Russell to slightly move in the braking zone, but Perez just not close enough. Is about 2 or 3 tenths away from having a go. I wonder, though, with Red Bull, when Perez pits, will they decide to put a new front wing on his car? As Norris has forced Gasly into the fence into turn 12 and is all over the back of him. So great fight going on there, but Norris still behind Gasly as he forces him to defend into turn 15 there. Hamilton now on the radio saying starting to see a little bit of tearing left front as he now on lap 10 falls to 3.5 seconds behind. And again, it's 0.3 of a second per lap, the amount of time that Verstappen is pulling out over Hamilton, as Gasly has two cars right behind him, Norris and Bottas. Will Norris have a go on? Gasly into turn 1. He feigns for the move, but Gasly sticks to the racing line and keeps ahead as Albon and Zhou Guanyu have pitted. Interestingly, that's a very early pit stop, I've got to say. I thought they'd be pitting a few laps later, but they both come into the pit. So that puts Tsunoda up to 12th, Ricciardo 13th, Schumacher is 14th now with Ocon 15th and Magnussen in 16th. And Zhou has gone onto a set of hard tyres. Albon has gone onto another set of mediums. So let me just quickly update that. So, yeah, Albon on the medium. So Williams obviously wanting to stick with that. And Ocon and Schumacher on the hard as Norris has another look on Gasly. Verstappen saying still he's struggling with the wind, which is, yeah, still very prevalent out there. And conditions, like I was saying coming into the race, they are tough for the drivers. And, right, so I think I've got the tyres correct now. As Mick Schumacher has just overtaken Daniel Ricciardo, has he? Nope, Ricciardo has kept ahead. As they're battling, as Valtteri Bottas now comes into the pits from P10. His teammate has got onto the hard tyre, so I assume Bottas will do the same. As Tsunoda pits as well from P12. And here comes Bottas, and yep, it'll be a set of hard tyres. Hopefully a good pit stop. And no, not great, but not terrible. As Tsunoda has a good stop there. Ricciardo also into the pit, so those medium tyres clearly hurting in the midfield. And Ricciardo had a slow stop as well of 4 seconds, which wouldn't have helped. And Ricciardo down to 17th now. So let me just update those positions. So we've got now Alonso in 10th. Ocon has overtaken Mick Schumacher after Schumacher's failed overtake on Daniel Ricciardo. So Schumacher is 12th. Magnussen is 13th. There's Leclerc is now on the back of Vettel. Again, though, why is Leclerc so slow? He should be past Vettel by now. So Ferrari, yeah, really struggling out there. I mean, Leclerc is already, how many seconds? About 7 or 8 seconds off Russell in third after 12 laps. And given Russell is pretty slow out there with probably a slight bit of damage, and Perez we know has damage, yeah, Leclerc is quite slow in the Ferrari, I've got to say. Aston Martin, though, good performance so far. Good to see as well. Right, let me just quickly make sure the order is correct. So Bottas is 14th. Albon is in 15th place. And then we've got Tsunoda 16th. Zhou 17th. And Ricciardo is 18th in the McLaren. As Pierre Gasly now comes in for a pit stop, it looks as though that's a set of hard tyres going onto his car. So now Alonso is up to 9th. Norris up to 8th. Both Alpines into the top 10 now, both obviously on the hard compound tyre. And Gasly has kept ahead of Valtteri Bottas, but his tyres will be a bit cold, so we'll see how that goes on, that battle. So yeah, Gasly is 13th, and on the hard tyres, I'll try and update that tyre compound quickly for you guys. And also update that Alonso and Ocon are on the hards. Is Charles Leclerc. Yep, down the inside of Sebastian Vettel into turn 12. Vettel obviously not defending that whatsoever. And Leclerc is up to 6th. And his next victim should be Lance Stroll. But again, Ferrari not very quick. I mean, Leclerc is already 20 seconds off the lead, so he's out of play unless a safety car comes out later, which we know is possible. As here comes Lewis Hamilton into the pits for a set of hard tyres, I believe. And, yeah, hard tyres on for Hamilton. We'll see how he gets on with that, and he will drop Lewis Hamilton down to 7th place, I believe. Yes, he will, just ahead of Lando Norris. So let me just drop him down quickly and update that we're now on lap 13, and I assume Max Verstappen will come into the pits on end of this lap. There's no reason to risk things up front. Max Verstappen does have a comfortable lead, as Red Bull telling him free to push. He does have a comfortable lead at the minute to George Russell of 12 seconds, and it is growing all the time, that lead. But now Hamilton has triggered things. Might be worth just covering things off there. As yeah, Hamilton on the hards. Perez still stuck behind Russell. He's right behind him into turn 12, but just not close enough to go for an overtake. Just want to update that Albon and Tsunoda are on the medium tyres. Let me just put that in. As Verstappen, does he stay out? Nope, he comes in and did a good lap that time. He gained at least, I think, or almost a second on the Mercedes of Russell. So it was a good lap there. And a good pit stop as well by Max Verstappen. And Russell is into the pits as well. Sergio Perez continues through. And where is Lewis Hamilton? He should be behind him. And yeah, he is. Verstappen comes out way ahead and comes out second, just ahead of Lance Stroll, who is not going to try and overtake the Red Bull there. So it is currently Perez in the lead, who hasn't pitted yet, from Verstappen second, Stroll third, Leclerc fourth, Vettel fifth, Hamilton sixth, and then Norris seventh, Alonso eighth, and Russell is ninth. And Mick Schumacher has re-overtaken Esteban Ocon somewhere out on track. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen them at all in this race, but it has happened. As now Leclerc is all over the back of Stroll and presumably will be overtaking him down this back straight. And yes, he does. Charles Leclerc now up to third, but Leclerc, as you can visibly see, is now a pit stop behind the race leader. So unless, again, there is a safety car, Charles Leclerc has no chance of winning this race. And let me just update the correct tyres that Hamilton is on, which is obviously, he's on the hard compound tyre, as Sergio Perez now comes into the pits as we begin lap 15. And Perez has a good pit stop there of not sure how long actually, but it's 2.1 seconds, a very good pit stop. And where does he come out in relation to George Russell? He comes out way ahead of George Russell, so Perez is into a net third place. And yeah, Russell has obviously either had a poor pit stop or he has had a very poor outlap. And it does appear going a lap extra or two on the tyres is actually better today than an undercut, as Lando Norris has pitted and come out behind Gasly and Bottas, who he was battling with, but he does at least have fresher tyres. So it's currently Verstappen leading from Leclerc second, Stroll third, Vettel fourth, Hamilton fifth, Perez sixth, Alonso seventh, Russell eighth, Schumacher ninth, Ocon 10th, Magnussen is 11th, and then it is Gasly 12th, Bottas 13th. Norris is in 14th position. As Hamilton saying, tyres don't feel great. Maybe just a bit too cold at the minute. They are the hardest compounds, of course. Let me just update what tyres certain people are on. So Max out front is on the hard. Leclerc is on the medium, and so is Stroll and Vettel. Lewis is on the hard compound tyre, as Russell has done a purple middle sector, but he is behind. Alonso is Russell, so yeah, can't really use that against Sergio Perez, who has jumped him in the pit stop phase. Now lap 16, and Lance Stroll, who was running at one point in P2, is now coming into the pits, and that's not been the quickest stop as he goes on to another set on medium tyres. And yeah, 3.8 second stop. That wasn't great from Aston Martin there. And Hamilton now is ahead of Vettel. He's overtaken Vettel and up to third, and here's a replay of him passing Vettel up to turn one, going down the inside. Stroll should come out in what, ninth place? He's come out in 8th place as Lance Stroll. And, well, surely Sebastian Vettel will pit in a moment. But let me just update that Hamilton is on the hard compound. And then you've got Vettel on the medium, Perez, Russell, Alonso on the hard. I'll just update that Russell is ahead now of Fernando Alonso, as Esteban Ocon here we're looking at, who is got DRS, and he's closing on Mick Schumacher down to turn 12 and goes round the outside. Does he get the move done? He does, I think, just about. Yes, he does. Good move there by Ocon, and he's up to 9th place, and obviously that's a full position because both of them haven't pitted yet. But Lance Stroll is on the medium. Oh no, that's the wrong driver. As we're just seeing a replay of how Russell passed Alonso. Yes, Stroll is on the medium, and then everybody else is on the correct tyres for what it says on my screen. Tsunoda has passed Alex Albon. Let me just update that. And we are also on lap 17 out of 56. We've got 39 laps to go. Still a long way to go in this Grand Prix. But at the moment, Max Verstappen leads by a country mile from Lewis Hamilton. Not from Lewis Hamilton. Charles Leclerc is the man in second, but the net second place runner is Lewis Hamilton. And Verstappen, by the looks of it, is 7 or 8 seconds ahead of Hamilton, who lost out a lot in that pit stop phase with, traffic. And also, someone just pointing out to me in chat, thanks Lab Gorilla for that. I should have remembered that, yeah, Russell, of course, took and served his 5-second penalty. Thanks for reminding me of that, and apologies for forgetting. That's why Russell is behind Perez and in 6th, and I would struggle to see at this point Russell getting back into the podium positions like he was earlier. To be honest, because he just doesn't have the pace by the looks of it, as Perez is 5.1 seconds ahead of him. As Pierre Gasly has just overtaken Kevin Magnussen on now lap 18 out of 56. Gasly up to 11th. Gasly having a good race. He's in a net, what? A net 7th place, is it? Or 8th place? No, it's 7th place, isn't it? Is it? I'm trying to think. No, it's 8th place, I think. And yeah, we're just in a replay of it now. Him going down the inside of Magnussen. Haas are having a good race, though. As yellow flag, Bottas is dropping down the order. Yellow flag in sector 3. What has happened to Valtteri Bottas? Has he had another engine problem like he's had so many times this season? I hope he hasn't, but I fear he may have had an issue. We're not seeing him on screen, unfortunately. And he's actually put it and binned it in the gravel trap at the penultimate corner. And the safety car has come out. That is a dream ticket for Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. And here's a replay. Bottas into turn 19. Turns in. And I think the wind definitely contributed to that. Blew him off course and into the gravel. And he's now stuck. So safety car is deployed. And surely Leclerc will pit now. And that is brilliant news for Ferrari, who can come in now at the end of lap 18. Lap 18 hasn't officially begun yet, but I'll just quickly put it on lap 19 because we are about to get to lap 19 in a moment, as the safety car is just waiting on the exit of turn 1, as Max Verstappen will stay out on track. Charles Leclerc will come into the pit lane. How much time will Leclerc lose? This is also great news for Vettel, Alonso, Ocon, Schumacher and Magnussen, who have all not pitted yet. Not just Charles Leclerc, as Leclerc now pits, and yeah, Vettel does as well. Leclerc onto the hard tyre, and where will Leclerc come out? With the safety car now deployed, Hamilton goes through into second. Vettel, another set of mediums for him, just like his teammate. Perez goes now up to third. And Leclerc comes out in 4th place, ahead of Russell, who is 5th. And Sebastian Vettel has come out in 6th, with Lance Stroll losing out to his teammate. And Lance Stroll has now dropped down to 7th. Alonso and Ocon now making their first pit stops. I couldn't quite see what tyres Alonso was on there as he races Gasly to the first corner, but loses out. But he has gained, a couple positions there through that whole pit stop phase, and Alonso on the medium. So Alonso drops to 9th, Gasly's up to 8th, and then in 10th is Lando Norris, and then we've got Tsunoda in 11th, Ocon is 12th, Schumacher is pitted and is now 13th on fresh tyres. He gained a lot, obviously so did his teammate Magnussen. Alex Albon is in 14th, Magnussen 15th, and then Ricciardo is 16th, with Albon, hold on, I've accidentally, I think, put Zhou in the wrong position. It's actually Zhou in 14th. As they're showing a replay for some reason of the race start, even though that happened a long time ago. I don't quite know why they're showing that, but it is FOM. Maybe they're just showing the highlights of the race so far on the screen. But yeah, Valtteri Bottas, as we have a safety car now on lap 19, is officially out of the race. Bottas and Sainz can watch the Grand Prix on the TV now, because they are obviously out. And further replay of that start. And George Russell really should have got more than a 5-second penalty there, but the rules officially state that that's what the punishment should be. So, they stuck to the letter of the law, but I don't think the letter of the law is correct there, because that was a race ending, as it turned out, accident. So, there should be some sort of rule for that. If it actually destroys someone's race, then it has to be, more than just a 5-second penalty. But there you go. But let me now, as we're now on lap 20, still behind the safety car. The safety car will probably be out for another lap or so, maybe 2 laps. Let me just quickly update who is on what tyres. So the top 4, Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc, on the hard tyres. And then Russell is on hard tyres as well. Sebastian Vettel is on the mediums, along with his teammate Lance Stroll. Aston Martin are heading for an amazing result here. With Sainz out of the race, really, Aston Martin should finish in those positions, but there's obviously still a long way to go. Gasly in 8th is on the hard. Alonso, he's going to be very quick on the restart of this race. He's on the medium. And then you've got Norris on the hard. Tsunoda is on the medium. And then I think we've got Ocon and Schumacher on the medium tyres. And yeah, no sign yet that the safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. So it'll probably be out for another lap yet. And Ricciardo is on the hard. And then Albon and Latifi are on the medium tyres, I'm pretty sure, at the back. Unless Hamilton says, these brakes are something else, mate. I am struggling. Obviously, we saw a lot of work going on to the brakes of Hamilton at the start, as they are now taking with the tractor Valtteri Bottas' car out of the way. So the race will probably get going at the end of lap 21. Thankfully, the safety car hasn't ruined things too much. And yeah, they'll start lap 21 in a moment. But still, even though, yeah, Charles Leclerc has gained a lot here, I don't see how Max Verstappen really loses this Grand Prix, as according to the broadcast, at the moment, if it was to finish the race, if it was to finish as it is now, as we're now on lap 21, then Red Bull would be Constructors World Champions. And I can't think of any better tribute to their late, great owner, as here's now a replay of what Perez was up to on lap 1. And yeah, he ducked that whole incident pretty well. And then, yeah, made a very aggressive move on Bottas at turn 9, which could have ended in disaster if Bottas had decided to turn in fully. Thankfully, got out of the way. And then, obviously, Perez made his way through the field, past Norris, Vettel, Stroll, and obviously got past Russell as well, because Russell had to serve his 5-second penalty. So, great recovery from Perez, and really, his job now is to hold Charles Leclerc back. And yep, safety car is in at the end of this lap, guys. So, we'll be racing in probably about a minute from now. And, well, Max Verstappen just needs to make sure he's got his tyres fired up, and then he should be fine up into turn 1. We know the Red Bull is so quick in a straight line, so it'll be difficult anyway for Hamilton to have a go at Verstappen. As they're just showing the comparison between an F1 car, a safety car, and a family car. A family car apparently is 85 seconds slower than an F1 car. And a family car compared to a safety car is 34 seconds slower. So the safety car's not slow, but just looks very slow compared to a absolute monster, which an F1 car is. As now Max Verstappen becomes the safety car. As the safety car now racing its way back to the pit lane. And obviously no overtaking until the start-finish line, so Max can get going, really, when he wants. As long as the safety car comes back in, he can get going when he wants. And he's decided to get going now on the exit of turn 18, as he now comes into turn 19. And we're about to go on to lap 22. Verstappen running slightly wide on the exit of the penultimate corner, as Russell quite racy behind Leclerc. And we are back racing on lap 22, who is going to make a move into turn 1, if anyone? Verstappen clearly in the lead. And we've got some racing behind. Alonso all over the back of Gasly. The two Aston Martins side by side. And Vettel just about holding on ahead of Stroll. And Tsunoda overtaking Norris there. And Magnussen has overtaken Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo. So some good racing there into turn 1 as it now begins. to settle down. And yeah, Alonso is ahead of Gasly. Tsunoda is ahead of Norris. And Magnussen up to 14th. And the rest of the field as it was. I'll just quickly do some of the tyres to make sure, obviously, on the screen that it is correct. As, oh, we've got Esteban Ocon there. Almost going off the track, going deep at turn 11 and losing position. Oh my God, what on earth happened there? An absolutely monumental accident between Alonso and Stroll. Looked like Stroll almost got sent into hyperspace on the back straight. That is a safety car, and I hope it's not a red flag, because that was a massive accident. Alonso must have just got way too close to Stroll and just really revved into the back of him somehow. As Alonso's dropped to 14th, Stroll is out of the race. What a shame for Stroll. And, yeah, no idea what's happened there. And there's a lot of debris on the back straight. And that looks, knowing what the FIA are like, they're probably going to red flag the race, which would be annoying, but knowing them, that's what they're going to do. As we are now on lap 23. To be honest, with the marshals out there, they could probably get it clear in 3 or 4 laps. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. But let me just update the order now, because Lance Stroll, sadly, is out of the race. And up in 7th now is Gasly. Tsunoda is 8th. What a result that would be, as Alonso comes in with a broken front wing. What a result that would be for AlphaTauri. Norris is up to 9th. And Stroll, by the way, is okay. He's out of the car wondering how on earth that happened. Schumacher is in P10. And here is a replay of what happened. So Alonso takes a wider line through turn 11. Gets a good X on Stroll. He's going to go for the overtake here down to turn 12. And what happens? And, oh, Alonso very lucky there that he didn't fly straight into the barriers. And lucky that he actually bounced or hit the ground before he hit the barriers. And what happened was, I think Alonso got so close behind him that when he tried to pull his car out the slipstream, it just couldn't get out of the way in time. Hit Lance Stroll's left rear tyre. And then Alonso, obviously front wing's gone at that point, flies off into the barriers, and Stroll, rear wing taken off, tyres destroyed, suspension destroyed, and out of the race. That's such a shame for him, because he was running so well this weekend. And Aston Martin were up in 6th and 7th on that safety car restart. Alonso, though, by the looks of it, might be able to, as Gasly had to go through all of that debris there. Luckily, by the looks of it, did not suffer a puncture. Alonso is still in the race by the looks of it, but for how much longer, we don't know. And we still have a safety car, by the way, so it appears they are going to try and clear the debris under safety car conditions, which, to be honest, looks as though that would that be possible, because now all the cars have gone past. Alonso now back or down to 17th and last. Looks as though they'll be able to clear some of that debris, or all of the debris, before we get racing again in a couple laps' time. So let me just quickly do the order. So Verstappen is leading, Hamilton 2nd here on lap 23 under the safety car. Perez is 3rd, Leclerc 4th, Russell 5th, Vettel 6th, Gasly 7th, Tsunoda 8th, Norris 9th, and Mick Schumacher in 10th. That'd be great for the home team. And then we've got Ocon 11th, Magnussen 12th, Zhou 13th, Ricciardo 14th, and then Albon 15th, Latifi 16th, Alonso 17th, and Lance Stroll is out of the race, which I'll just update on the screen in a moment. As we are on lap 24, and we've got 32 laps to go. Here's a replay of what it looked like from Mick Schumacher's on board. Debris flying everywhere. And was that from Schumacher's on board or Magnussen's? Because he had 2 cars overtake him through that. Now here's a replay from Norris is on board. And very lucky there that that piece of debris didn't hit him on the helmet. His tyre went straight through it, though. That's one thing we will have to look out for on the restart of this race, as Zhou is pitted in the Alfa Romeo. So Ricciardo up to 13th, Albon 14th, Latifi 15th, Alonso 16th now. That's one thing we will have to look out for on the restart of this race is, has anyone possibly got a puncture? We'll have to see. But let me just quickly, if I can, update who is on what compounds. So the top 5 on the hards, Vettel 6th on the mediums. The incident between Alonso and Stroll, by the way, will be investigated after the race, obviously, because Stroll is out. So yeah, the top 5 on the hards, Vettel on mediums, Gasly on the hard, Tsunoda medium, Norris is on the hard, Schumacher is on the medium, and then Ocon is on mediums, I believe. So is Magnussen, and then I think it's Ricciardo on the hard, Albon on the hard, Latifi on the hard, and then I think Alonso and Zhou are probably on the medium. I will, though, change it if it is incorrect and they're actually on a different compound. And Lance Stroll out of the race. To be honest, looking at that incident, I mean, I'm just thinking, what can they really do in terms of punishment for Alonso? It was a very quick, incident. What happened? I guess you have to give Alonso a penalty because he, should have pulled out the slipstream quicker, maybe, and clearly caused the accident. I mean, I need to see maybe another onboard camera to see maybe did Lance Stroll move at the last minute on the straight, which caused Alonso to hit him. I'll have to look back, but seemed to me like Alonso just pulled out of the slipstream too late and then just went into the back of him and had that accident. But yeah, 3 cars out with 31 laps to go. Safety car still out. Safety car will probably still be out for another couple laps, I'd imagine, before we get the race underway. And if you're wondering, note the race is not red flagged. We are under safety car conditions. And yeah, replay of Alonso, his front end of his car went right up in the air. And then thankfully, like I said, he hit the ground before he hit the barriers. Because if he didn't hit the ground before he hit the barriers, it would have been exactly like what happened to Robert Kubica in Canada in 2007. And safety car in this lap we're hearing. Looking at that replay, it does look like Stroll moved across at the last minute. But I need to see the full replay again, really, from Alonso's onboard camera. But it did look like Stroll moved at the last minute, more over to the middle of the track, which might have caused the accident there. And some differences of opinion I can see on Twitter. Someone saying that's 100% Alonso's fault. Someone else saying ridiculous from Stroll moving on the straight like that. Huge accident. I would say, and then Will Buxton saying idiotic from Stroll. Yeah, I was going to say, I think Stroll, before I read those comments out, I think Stroll caused that accident, just moved across at the last second and caused the accident. Yeah. That is very naughty. You're not allowed to do that. You can kill people doing that. So Stroll should get a big penalty for Mexico in terms of a grid penalty. As safety cars in this lap, and Max Verstappen has got the race going again. And he's got going again at the same point he did last time. And now comes into the final corner, and we get racing again. Hopefully no massive accidents again, as Perez has got Charles Leclerc quite close to him. Out of the final corner. And now lap 26. We're on 30 laps to go. Let's see if there's any moves being had into turn 1. There is further back. Magnussen has passed Ocon for 11th. Ocon, I've just seen, is on the hard tyre, so I need to correct that quickly, and that's why Ocon, clearly there has lost position. Ocon did briefly move back ahead, but looks like Magnussen has got it back. Haas are having a good weekend here. So Ocon is on the hard compound tyre, and Max Verstappen already leading by a few tenths over Hamilton as they get going again, and now they come through the dreaded back straight. Let's hope they all get through without issue, as George Russell has got Sebastian Vettel all over the back of him. Will Vettel, who's on a softer compound, have a go into turn 12? Surely not. And no, he's too far behind. And everyone gets through just about fine by the looks of it. And yeah, everyone getting through fine, which is good to see. I think Alonso and Zhou at the back, I'll check in a moment when they show it, I think are actually on the hard tyres. As Max Verstappen on the restart already has done a purple middle sector, shows you just how much pace is in that Red Bull even on the restart of the race. As he now begins lap 27 and does a fastest lap and is already 1.2 seconds clear. What a restart to the race by Verstappen. As Schumacher is right in the slipstream of Norris. Norris covering the inside a bit just to let Mick know that he's seen him, as incident involving Gasly noted for not being within 10 lengths of another car, or 10 lengths of the safety car, I think. So that unfortunately might be a penalty for Gasly, which would be a massive shame because he's currently running in 7th. Verstappen saying, what happened to my drivability? It's shit. And then the team telling him Strat 2. Clearly isn't affecting him right now because he's 1.5 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton in the lead. And pulling away even more. Now 1.7 seconds clear. So yeah, Verstappen way out front, as Leclerc only 4 tenths behind Perez. Leclerc obviously on a few lap fresher tyres. So he should have the onus to go after Perez here, but the Red Bull almost, if not impossible, to overtake in a straight line. As they come through the end of the low corners there in the final sector, sorry. And Leclerc obviously losing time in the dirty air through turn 16, 17 and 18. And Verstappen, yeah, for this lap has pulled out another 4 tenths of a second by the looks of it. He's not done another fastest lap, but it is another 4 tenths of a second he's pulled out over Hamilton, who is 1.1 clear of Perez. And Perez is our second clear of Leclerc. The closest fight we've got on track is Tsunoda, Norris and Schumacher, who are all within a second of Pierre Gasly, who is 7th. So a 4-car fight for the final 4 points-paying positions. That should be good. As Leclerc still hunting after Perez. And Leclerc saying they're so quick down the straight. And yeah, it's going to be hard for Ferrari to do anything about Red Bull down the straight. Even with DRS enabled, they're probably only going to be a couple kilometers an hour quicker than Red Bull down the straights. And it's going to be going to take something special for Leclerc to get a move done on Perez, I think. And another close fight we've got is obviously Ocon and Magnussen. Well, it was briefly. Ocon has now dropped over a second behind. Daniel Ricciardo now just 7 tenths of a second behind Ocon. And we've also got Albon right behind Ricciardo and Latifi in that train. And also Alonso and Zhou at the very back. As Alonso has just overtaken Nicholas Latifi for 15th place. So let me just update that. As Leclerc, yeah, continues to follow Perez by about 8 tenths of a second, but he can't do anything about him because the Red Bull is too quick on acceleration. As here we go, we have got a very close fight here. Tsunoda, Norris, Schumacher and Gasly just ahead. Will Norris go for it into turn 1? Nope. As Tsunoda seems to be a lot quicker than Gasly. And if I'm AlphaTauri, I'm probably telling Gasly to let Tsunoda through if Tsunoda has a go. They've got DRS enabled now. Have all of the cars. Or they can enable DRS now, if, of course, they are within a second of another car in a DRS zone. And yeah, Tsunoda looks a lot quicker as Charles Leclerc is now just half a second behind Perez as they are now on the back straight. And here we go. Leclerc opens a DRS. Can he ever go at Perez into turn 12? He's closing. Perez defends to the inside. Will Leclerc go round the outside into 12? Perez locks up. Leclerc goes off. And Leclerc gives him the position back, which is the fair thing to do there because Leclerc went way off the circuit. And that's a shame because Leclerc got very close through the end of the first sector. That's what allowed him to have a go, but he just went too deep. And yeah, Perez defended quite late, but was still fine. And then, yeah, Leclerc, I think, locked his inside front and just went too deep on the brakes and just let Perez back through. Perez did lock up himself quite badly on the inside front, but I don't think he forced Leclerc off. No, he didn't at all. Leclerc just went too deep himself. As we're now on lap 30, and Leclerc tries again. Have a go. Sebastian Vettel, by the way, what a race he's having. Up in 6th. He's now 4 seconds clear of Gasly, who is behind him. So, Sebastian Vettel, as long as he keeps it together and Aston Martin keep it together, Vettel should finish in that position because I can't see another car behind him that really should catch him and beat him. Looking good for Aston Martin, and they can still get a good result out of this race. And as it stands, Aston Martin are heading into 6th place in the Constructors' Championship as Leclerc all over the back of Perez again on the exit of turn 11. He's not got the greatest exit, Leclerc, but he's got DRS now, and he will have another go into turn 12. Perez will have to defend, surely. He does. Late, and Leclerc forces his way down the inside. A brilliant move by the Monegasque, and he's up to 3rd. That was a brilliant move by Leclerc as Perez moved across late in the braking zone, but Leclerc was like, nope, I'm going for it. And he got the move done and gave also Perez no chance of getting back past on the exit as Zhou briefly got ahead of Latifi there, but I think Latifi has got back ahead. And yeah, great move from Leclerc. Perez again moving to the middle of the track in the braking zone, but Leclerc instinctively reacting very, very well. And now his next target, a second and a half ahead, is, or actually 3.5 seconds ahead, Lewis Hamilton. Pierre Gasly under investigation for being more than 10 car lengths behind safety car. So Gasly, by the looks of it, is probably going to get a penalty for that, as he's currently got Tsunoda, Norris and Schumacher all over the back of him. And, well, if he does get a penalty, it's probably best, actually, that Gasly keeps ahead of Tsunoda so they can try and get Gasly the best result possible, as Lewis Hamilton is in a purple first sector. And the gap between him and Verstappen out front, and Verstappen obviously is in the lead, is 1.8 seconds. As Leclerc now tries to catch Hamilton. One thing to remember with Perez is he does have front wing damage, which I don't think, no, they wouldn't have at his pit stop. They wouldn't have changed his front wing, because obviously it was a 2.1 second stop, and there's no way you can put a new front wing on and change all 4 tyres in 2 seconds. As Tsunoda into turn 12, will he go for it? No, he decides not to. Obviously, we've got to remember these two had a clash, as Gasly, 5-second penalty he's been given for safety car infringement. If he was to drop 5 seconds now, he'd probably drop to 10th or 11th place, which wouldn't be a disaster, but that is a shame. have to do whatever he did. And that's cost AlphaTauri what could be 10 points in total. They'll still probably get something from this race, but it is going to cost them something. As Gasly a bit further ahead of his teammate this time than he was previously. As well with Sebastian Vettel, he's only 3 seconds or 2.8 seconds behind Russell, who is now only 8 tenths behind Perez. So Sebastian Vettel has actually pretty good pace, and we did actually notice in the first stint before the safety car that Aston Martin's pace was actually pretty good. Aston Martin they're clearly the 4th quickest team here. And there you go, there's the infringement. He slowed up a lot on the exit of turn 11. And then, just let the pack drift out too much. Simple error, really an error that he should not be making. As here is now George Russell coming down the back straight, DRS wide open. Will he have a go at Perez? I would not expect it to happen because the Mercedes not as quick in a straight line as the Red Bull, obviously. But Leclerc in the Ferrari has a bit more straight line speed than Russell does in his Mercedes. As Verstappen has pulled the gap out to 2 seconds now. Charles Leclerc, though, not exactly pulling away massively from Perez. And he's not actually gaining Leclerc on Hamilton. He's dropped half a second from Hamilton. So Hamilton pulling away from Leclerc behind. And as they begin lap 33, Hamilton on that lap was only like a 10th of a second slower. So Lewis Hamilton has got the pace here to possibly contend for victory. And, well, how many more pit stops are we going to have in this race? Probably, I'd imagine, one more as Pierre Gasly now actually comes into the pits, talking of pit stops. And he will, I assume, take that 5-second penalty and he will drop to the back in 17th. And what they'll try and do is get him to gain, hopefully, that time back on fresher tyres. So Yuki Tsunoda is up to 7th place. Tsunoda, by the way, started 19th. What a brilliant race he's having. As Verstappen saying on the radio, the car is super unpredictable in the wind. As Lewis Hamilton has cut the gap down from 1.8 seconds to 1.5. So, yeah, Hamilton is driving so well this weekend. And could very well get the win today if things keep going his way. The wind speed, by the way, it's 25 kilometers an hour, the wind, as Gasly has dropped to 17th. Here's Alonso overtaking Albon around the outside, is it? Or no, Ricciardo, I think it is. Alex Albon is actually past Ricciardo, which is disappointing. As we're now on lap 34, I'll update those positions in a moment. Alonso has overtaken Ricciardo and Albon. So Alonso is now in 12th place. And yeah, Gasly, now the hard compound tyres, in 17th as Yuki Tsunoda and Mick Schumacher have pitted. And Norris now up to 7th. Magnussen up to 8th. So the second pit stops are now coming. And Lewis Hamilton is only 1.3, was just there. 1.3 seconds behind. Surely Mercedes, if there's a gap behind they can drop him into, surely they've got to think about a pit stop. And yeah, so Magnussen up to 8th. And then we've got Ocon up to 9th. And then Alonso is in 10th. And Tsunoda and Schumacher, of course, because of Gasly's 5-second penalty, Tsunoda and Schumacher have rejoined ahead of Gasly. But, well, that's Gasly's own fault for why he is now lost out there. Max saying, I feel like it's hurting my drivability, these strat changes. So clearly he thinks the reason he can't pull away is that he just doesn't have good drivability. As he keeps on going, no pit stop for him yet. As he's actually pulled out a lot over Lewis Hamilton on this lap. And that's because Lewis Hamilton has pitted for Mercedes. What tyres does he go on to? Another set of hard tyres. And he will come out in 7th or 8th place. Well, Hamilton, so Leclerc up to 2nd, Perez up to 3rd, and Norris is pitted as well. Russell 4th now, Vettel 5th, and yes, Lewis Hamilton comes out in 6th as Norris comes out of his garage, I think on mediums. As Magnussen now up to 7th, Ocon up to 8th with Alonso in 9th, and Albon now up to P10 as Max Verstappen, in response to that pit stop, has done a purple first sector. And Norris rejoins behind Tsunoda ahead of Schumacher, though. So Lando Norris is where he was, basically, in that whole scrap. And Norris, I think, is in 15th place. He is. As George Russell still all over the back of Perez, but unable to do anything about the Mexican. Let me just update the tyres quickly and who is on what compounds. Will Max Verstappen come into the pits? And will he have done enough on his in-lap, if he is coming into the pits, to keep ahead? And yet he is coming in. Max has been told to box. This is it, guys. If Verstappen's going to lose, this could be it as he comes in now. With 20 laps to go into into his pits, and he goes onto a set of medium tyres, and it's a slow pit stop on the left front tyre. Very slow pit stop on the left front tyre, and Lewis Hamilton is going to be in the lead of this race. As now, Leclerc has rejoined ahead of Verstappen as well. Because Leclerc has just pitted, I believe. Yes! And Hamilton does go through. So Lewis Hamilton is the net leader of the US Grand Prix with only 20 laps to go. And Red Bull, rare mistake there. They've got it wrong at the pit stop and they've sacrificed the lead to Lewis Hamilton, who is now in 4th place. I'll update the tyres in a moment and who's on what compound. Let me just do the rest of the order quick. And we'll have to see. As a black and white flag for Gasly for track limits. He better keep it all together, Gasly, because he might get disqualified yet. As Perez defending against Russell there. They're currently racing for the lead of the race, these two. Sergio Perez and George Russell. But both haven't pitted for the second time. And Perez still defending massively. And surely Red Bull should put a new front wing on Perez's car because he's struggling a lot out there. And here's a replay of what happened. Front left tyre came off slow, and then the front left wouldn't go on properly. And he had to get a new wheel gun to get it on properly. And that's what cost him not just the lead, but he's now lost out to Leclerc as well. So he's in a third, net third place, or even net 4th even, if Russell has a good pit stop here, and he does on now lap 37 as Lewis Hamilton does the fastest lap of the race. Leclerc and Verstappen have gone through. So Verstappen will stay ahead of Russell, and Hamilton a new fastest lap of a 1:40.3 as Russell loses position there to Magnussen. So it's now Perez in the lead, Vettel 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, with Leclerc 4th, and Verstappen is in 5th. Magnussen is 6th, with Russell 7th. Ocon is in 8th, Alonso 9th, Albon 10th, and then it is Zhou in 11th. Tsunoda is 12th, with Lando Norris in 13th. Latifi 14th. Schumacher is pitted. Obviously, as we know from a few laps ago, he's 15th, with Gasly in 16th. Ricciardo is currently last in 17th as Max. All over the back now of Leclerc trying to get past, but he's not close enough to overtake into turn 12. Russell, though, does overtake Magnussen into turn 12, and he's up to 6th. As Verstappen is now 5.2 seconds, I think, behind Hamilton. So the sooner he passes Leclerc, then the sooner maybe he could still win this race. And I have to stress that there is still a chance for Verstappen to win this race. It's not over yet because we've got 18 laps to go as Max Verstappen does the fastest lap of the race on the medium compound tyres. Will he go down the inside of Leclerc at turn 1? No, Leclerc's defends to the inside. Verstappen, though, tries to get the better exit on the exit of turn 1, but I don't think he can use it to get past Leclerc. And no, he cannot. Just to update, Perez still hasn't pitted for the second time, nor has Sebastian Vettel. So it's currently Perez leading from Vettel second. Vettel is on the medium. Perez is on the hard compound tyre. Hamilton has pitted for the second time. He is third. And Hamilton, if Perez and Vettel do pit again, Hamilton is the net leader of the race. And Leclerc is then fourth. Verstappen fifth. Leclerc and Verstappen on the mediums. And also Magnussen is on the mediums as well. Everybody else is on the hard compound tyres. Verstappen into turn 12. Will he go down the inside? No, he's just not close enough. And every corner, every lap he spends behind Charles Leclerc, he is being cost the race win. As Perez has been told to pit, and apparently, oh Jesus Christ, AlphaTauri, what have you done? Gasly has been noted for not serving his penalty correctly. That's going to be another penalty. As Sergio Perez on lap 39 has pitted, a much better pit stop this time by the Red Bull mechanics. And Perez should rejoin in 6th place. And Verstappen down the inside at turn 1 on Charles Leclerc. Does he get the move done? No. Leclerc comes back on the exit and is back ahead of the current reigning two-time world champion. And currently, guys, in the lead by 2.2 seconds is Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. And now it's Hamilton second, Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, and Russell in 5th. Not anymore. Perez has passed Russell just now out on track, presumably in the first sector. Perez has got back ahead and Perez is on the medium compound tyres. And so is Sebastian Vettel on the mediums out front. And Verstappen, he's so close to Leclerc now down the back straight. Surely there's nothing Leclerc can do. Verstappen overtakes him, barges him out of the way. And Max Verstappen is now third and a net second in this Grand Prix. And now the hunt is on to try and catch Lewis Hamilton, who we think is surely the net leader of this race. As we're about to begin lap 40 out of 56. Max Verstappen, by the way, is 4.5 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton. Max is on a softer compound of tyre, but can he catch him quick enough by the end of the race to actually win? We'll have to see. As Sebastian Vettel stays out on track. And he's 1.6 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. To be honest, it might be worth Vettel just staying out on track and hoping that the cars behind don't catch him too quickly, because he might actually be able to get like a third or a fourth here, which would be a superb, obviously, result for him and Aston Martin, as he's had a great last few results. But yeah, Vettel out front on the medium. Hamilton, on the hard. Verstappen on the medium. Leclerc on the medium. Perez on the medium. Russell 6th on the hard. Magnussen on the medium. And everyone else is on the hard compound tyre. And just a replay of how Verstappen got into third. It was inevitable. Ferrari just aren't as quick. And Leclerc, a valiant effort it was. But, Pierre Gasly now under investigation for not correctly serving his penalty. That'll be another penalty for Gasly. Probably as a drive-through penalty this time. As Sebastian Vettel is now holding up Lewis Hamilton, because Hamilton only 0.7 of a second behind. And what will Vettel do? Will he stay out until the end of the race? Well, he's going to stay out for now, as Lewis Hamilton really needs to overtake Vettel into turn 1 here, because Verstappen has already took half a second at least out of Hamilton's lead over him. And Hamilton up the inside into turn 1. And Lewis Hamilton leads the US Grand Prix officially with 15 laps to go. Will he get Mercedes' first win of 2022 and his first win since Saudi Arabia 2021? He's very close now, but still, it feels at this point a long way to go, as Leclerc, by the way, is still sticking to the back of Verstappen. He's within a second. He's only 0.7 of a second behind Verstappen, and he will have DRS activation on Max down the back straight. So Max clearly has not got a lot of pace compared to a few laps ago. And just to confirm, Hamilton in the lead is on the hard tyre and Vettel on the medium. Vettel, though, has only pitted once in the Aston Martin, as Leclerc still sticking right to the back of Verstappen. Verstappen, though, catching Sebastian Vettel very quickly now. He's only a second and a half behind. And Kevin Magnussen has been... he's now under investigation for ignoring yellow flags. I think down the back straight. Probably overtook someone under yellow flags or something. As Sebastian Vettel pits for Aston Martin, as we've now got 15 full laps to go on lap 42 out of 56. And Vettel, where will he drop to? Probably 6th place, where he will finish. And Hamilton now in the lead from Verstappen 2nd, Leclerc 3rd. Hamilton leads by 3.2 seconds. Oh, disaster at Aston Martin. His front left tyre won't go on. And what an awful pit stop. He's lost so much time. 16.8 second pit stop. And he's now way out of the points. And that is daylight robbery. They've robbed him of what would have been an amazing result. And now Vettel will come out in 13th place, I believe, in the Aston Martin. He'll have the pace to come back through, but that is a disaster. So Perez is up to 4th now, as Leclerc, by the way, still has DRS on the back of Verstappen, as they're both trying to catch Hamilton out of the lead. And they've got Russell in 5th. Magnussen is 6th, with Ocon 7th, Alonso 8th, and then I think we've got Albon in 9th and Zhou in 10th. Here's a replay of Norris down the inside of Tsunoda. Yep, into turn 1, and Norris is now in 11th place. So it's Norris 11th, Tsunoda 12th, and Vettel, I think, is now 13th. And yeah, we're now seeing Norris now trying to catch Zhou Guanyu. And yes, Alex Albon is in 9th and Zhou in 10th. So those two having a great race. And everyone is on the hard compound tyre now, except for Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, and Magnussen. So let me just correct that on the screen. So yeah, Magnussen on the medium and Esteban Ocon also on hard tyres like everyone else. Again, the only people on mediums, Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, and Magnussen. Let me know in the chat, guys. Do you think Lewis Hamilton is going to hang on to win his first race of 2022? As Lando Norris, we just saw, has overtaken now Zhou Guanyu for 10th as he comes back through the field. Obviously, Zhou And Albon and Alonso, well, Alonso has pitted twice, but for different reasons. Alonso actually is up to 7th in the Alpine. But Magnussen, Ocon, and Albon and Zhou, they've only pitted once in this Grand Prix, so that's why they're not pitting again, because they're trying to hang it out there and grab something, if they can, from this race. But Lewis Hamilton, with, 13 laps to go, is about 3.2 seconds ahead of Verstappen, with Leclerc still right behind the Red Bull with DRS, as Latifi has got a 5-second time penalty for forcing another driver off the track. Latifi is in 17th place. Gasly's actually up to 14th. Schumacher 15th. Latifi is 16th. Daniel Ricciardo is last. One embarrassment for him so far. And has actually gone backwards in this Grand Prix, because he started from 15th, I think it was. And Lewis Hamilton now, his lead has been cut down to 2.6 seconds. We might get a role reversal of last year's ending to this Grand Prix, with Hamilton hanging on instead of Verstappen for the end to win, as Norris right round the outside of turn 1, and Albon, yes, he gets the move done. Norris up to 9th, and now needs to get after those Alpines, which is vital for the Constructors' Championship. Because if Norris can beat the 2 Alpines and even Magnussen, that would be a very important point score for McLaren, and would outscore, I think, the 2 Alpines in this race and bring McLaren a bit closer. And yeah, that last lap, Max was half a second quicker, and so far in this lap he's gained another 0.4 of a second, as Leclerc has dropped over a second behind Max Verstappen. So it appears that Leclerc has lost the initiative, and here's a replay of Latifi. Yeah, clearly forced Schumacher off there, locked up, and Schumacher had to go off the track. A shame for Mick Schumacher, by the way, because he was running well, but I think it's got a bit unlucky with how things have played out, the safety cars and the strategy and that, because his teammate Magnussen is up in 6th and quite possibly will finish there. And now we're on lap 45, and yeah, Verstappen cuts the gap down to 2.2 seconds. And like I said, last year it was Verstappen just about hanging on in the end ahead of Hamilton to win the US Grand Prix in a vital win for his World Championship. The championship this year has been decided, but this will feel like a championship win for Hamilton if he wins this, given how bad of a year it's been. And he has, thankfully, for Hamilton, he's gained on Verstappen on this lap. He's actually pulled out 0.3 of a second over Verstappen, but Max now gains a lot of it back down the long back straight. And yeah, Hamilton just about keeping ahead of the for the moment. If Max does keep gaining, though, by 0.3 of a second per lap, he will catch Hamilton by the end. So it is still not over. Max can definitely still win this race. And you never know, if Hamilton and Verstappen were to collide, even Charles Leclerc from P12 on the grid could win this Grand Prix. As now we're looking at Lando Norris all over the back of Esteban Ocon down the back straight. And Norris goes down the inside into turn 12 and gets the move done. Norris up to 8th place now. A great recovery drive from Lando. When things earlier in the race were not looking too great for McLaren and Norris as well. Just to let you guys know as well, make sure to stick around for an hour at least after the race, because I will be doing a race reaction to obviously what's happened in this Grand Prix, so make sure to stick around for that. And let me know what you thought of the race and all of that, driver of the day, all of that, but we'll get to that in 10 laps time. As Verstappen did not gain anything on that lap by the looks of it, so he's wasted 1 lap. And Hamilton tantalisingly ahead, as Esteban Ocon has pitted for Alpine. So Alpine, I don't know why they've done that. That's a very strange decision. Because I think Ocon probably could have hung on there to get a point at least. And Ocon now comes out in 16th place, I believe. Yes, he does, on the medium compound tyre. Maybe they think he'll fire his way back through the field, which would be surprising, to say the least. He's, on the medium tyre now. Plenty of people in the crowd cheering on. Plenty of other drivers, Leclerc, Perez, Verstappen. I'm sure there's plenty in the crowd cheering on the race leader, Lewis Hamilton, who is also under threat now as Max Verstappen closes the lead down to 2 seconds as Charles Leclerc continues to fall away from Hamilton and Verstappen ahead. Ferrari just don't have the pace to keep up, as Sergio Perez is only 3.5 seconds behind Leclerc, so maybe Perez will be after the final podium position. Remember, Red Bull, they can still win the Constructors' Championship. Red Bull currently heading for 31 points, Ferrari heading for 15. So if Perez does get into third, I think that will be enough points then for Red Bull to become Constructors' Champions. So there is still a big fight on there for Perez to get the final podium spot, as Fernando Alonso is now within a second of Kevin Magnussen, as Alonso looks to try and protect himself from Norris behind, who's catching quickly, as Lewis Hamilton, his lead is being cut down all the time now. It's now down to 1.6 seconds, and at this rate, I think Max Verstappen is going to be in probably 3 or 4 laps time within a second of Hamilton, and will probably, well, almost certainly, given it's Lewis Hamilton, have a go for the race win. And of course, if Verstappen, as it stands, was to win the race, Red Bull would win the Constructors' Championship. So this is a crucial final 9 laps in total as we move on to lap 48. And the gap now down on the exit of turn 1 to 1.4 seconds. As Esteban Ocon, we're just seeing there, passing Latifi. Don't quite know why they're showing us that. Not really a fight we're interested in, as we just saw Ricciardo there briefly, who is having a massive struggle session back in 17th place. And Ocon obviously on the medium, as we're now looking at Sebastian Vettel, who, because of that pit stop, is now stuck in a massive train behind Alex Albon, who of course, who is 9th, can't be overtaken because he is in a rocket ship in that Williams. And he's got Zhou Guanyu in 10th, Tsunoda 11th, and Vettel in 12th, all over the back of him. It's amazing to think that Aston Martin have been so great in this race with their pace, and had a great race up until that final pit stop, yet they're currently heading for no points. But quite a mental Grand Prix, as Lewis Hamilton on this lap, by the way, has pulled out a 10th or so over Verstappen. So Verstappen not gaining that much on this lap, as these 3 cars behind Albon, Zhou, Tsunoda, Vettel. Now, as Alonso, a bit of debris falling off, I think Alonso's car overtakes Kevin Magnussen for 6th. That is a crucial overtake for Alpine, as we're now on lap 49. And yeah, Alonso up to 6th. Can Magnussen hang on for 7th or 8th? I think he can hang on for 8th, but 7th, I'm not sure, because Lando Norris is catching pretty quickly, as I was going to say earlier that Fernando Alonso's right-hand wing mirror is severely damaged, and that is actually what flew off when he overtook Magnussen. So he only has 1 mirror now, does Alonso, but he won't really have to look in that mirror anymore, because he should be able to pull away from Magnussen, as Lewis Hamilton now just about a second ahead of Verstappen as they're now coming to the end of the back straight. Verstappen has actually closed the gap down on lap 49 to just 0.8 of a second, but that time around he did not have DRS, crucially. If Hamilton wins, he is going to have to put in the best defensive drive possibly of his entire career, and we know he's capable of it. Can he hang on ahead of Verstappen, who is looking for his 13th win of the season? Hamilton looking for his first, obviously, of the season. And Verstappen, as they come on to lap 50, will have the DRS. And a battle we have not seen at all this season has been renewed, as Verstappen already positioning himself to turn one, but Hamilton keeps ahead. This was a battle we saw almost, or pretty much every Grand Prix last season, and thankfully we get another taste of it. And quite possibly in years to come, we'll think of these two as the two best drivers there ever was. But for now, Hamilton is the master in terms of having way more championships, wins and poles and all of that. Verstappen still the apprentice. As they come into turn 11, and Vettel has overtaken Tsunoda and Zhou. Brilliant from Vettel there. He's back into the points. And Verstappen now, as they come to turn 12, will he go down the inside of Hamilton? He will go down the inside of Hamilton, and he gets the move done into turn 12. Hamilton comes back on the exit and will try and do the switch back on the exit, but I think Verstappen will keep ahead. Yes, he will. Will he go down the inside into turn 15? No, Max blocks it off. He switches back again, though, but Max Verstappen is into the lead of the US Grand Prix. And at the end of the day, that Red Bull is just too quick in a straight line. Nothing Lewis Hamilton could do. He's driven brilliantly this race, but Verstappen just too quick. As they now begin lap 51, Hamilton does have DRS on Verstappen. Will he send it into turn 1? No, he's not close enough, and I fear that Lewis Hamilton's chance of victory has evaporated. And yet, just a replay, and yet he was just too quick into the braking zone. The Red Bull way too quick in a straight line, and there's nothing really Lewis Hamilton could have done. And to be honest, Red Bull are just too quick for Mercedes right now. Let me just update, though, that Max Verstappen is on the medium. Hamilton, though, is only 0.6 or so behind Verstappen as they come on to the back straight, and Lewis does have DRS, but I'm not sure Lewis will be able to have a go at Verstappen because that Mercedes car not quick enough down the straights, and no, Hamilton not close enough. He will give it one big go as Lewis says he's gone off again. I'm not sure what he's talking about there. I don't know if Max Verstappen has gone off track somewhere and gained an advantage or something, but we haven't seen anything. Lando Norris, I can update you, is up to 7th place. Magnussen down to 8th. Magnussen should finish in 8th, to be honest, as they now begin lap 52. Let me just update that Magnussen is on the mediums. And then I'll switch it over to lap 52 as Hamilton keeps trying to harry Verstappen and somehow get back into the lead. But I think that effort will come up short, unfortunately. Not because Lewis Hamilton isn't good enough, but because Max Verstappen in that Red Bull is just too quick. As Sebastian Vettel is all over the back now of Alex Albon for 9th, as Tsunoda has passed Zhou. Vettel round the outside of turn 18. Brilliant move from the 4-time world champion And Albon, will he send it into the final corner? No, he'll wait for the pit straight, which I think he might be a bit smarter doing. Because we know how quick that Williams is in a straight line. As they come up to turn 1 now. And Vettel keeps ahead as... Yeah, so Max has had a black and white flag for track limits. So that's obviously what Lewis was talking about. As now Albon has got Tsunoda all over the back of him for the final point here in America. As Lewis Hamilton is still within a second of Verstappen. So if Max does it again and gets a penalty, then Hamilton obviously will benefit. Charles Leclerc, just to update you, is in third still, 4.5 seconds behind Hamilton. He's only 2.1 seconds clear of Sergio Perez, who is in fourth. So that's a battle to look out for, but Leclerc keeping just about clear at the minute, as Lando Norris is all over the back of Alonso now for 6th. And I think Norris will probably have Alonso before the end, as Ricciardo, I've just seen, has passed Latifi. And here's a replay of how Vettel got past Albon. So he had to go into turn 12, went off the track, and then presumably had to let Alex back through, which he did, and then with the extra grip was able to have another go. And what an overtake by Vettel, as Hamilton still has got DRS on Verstappen. So Max now at 3 strikes, say Mercedes, and then Lewis responds saying he went off at turn 20, which is the final corner. So he's playing all the games he can to try and get Verstappen a penalty. We'll see whether he is successful. Obviously, he's correct in playing the game, because if Max has extended the track limits too much, then he should get a penalty. But we'll see how that all works out before the end, as Verstappen still leading by just under a second as they come into turn 20 now. And Max is well within the track limits there. And now on lap 54. And Lewis is at possibly turn 9. So yeah, he's desperate to get this win. But I'm sure the FIA are looking, but we haven't seen anything in regards to that. As Max Verstappen is now 1.2 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. So Hamilton has fallen out of DRS, as Esteban Ocon has overtaken Mick Schumacher. Again, I don't know why Alpine pitted Ocon. No idea why. As Tsunoda has lost out to Zhou, as Hamilton has now got a black and white flag. Tsunoda gets back ahead of Zhou, though. I'm sure Red Bull now telling Verstappen on the radio, do not extend the track limits, because it's not worth it now. You're over a second ahead. Zhou has now dropped down to 13th, because Gasly is now up to P12. Both AlphaTauris all over the back of the Williams of Albon for a point. Lando Norris still behind Alonso. And let me update that Ocon is indeed on the mediums, not the hards, as Gasly has... Oh no, Tsunoda has overtaken Albon for 10th. So Tsunoda has, at the minute, grabbed the final point here in Austin for the moment. Tsunoda up to 10th, Albon down to 11th as Verstappen begins the penultimate lap. And surely, with him now 2.2 seconds clear, surely, unless he gets a penalty for track limit violations, surely Max Verstappen will take what I believed it is going to be his 13th win of the season, as Mercedes have pitted George Russell for a fastest lap point. So I'll just quickly switch him on the tyre graphic over to the softs. At the minute, if Russell does get the fastest lap point, It'll be 25 for Verstappen instead of 26. And Perez will get 12 points for fourth. That'd be 37 points in total for Red Bull. Ferrari would get 15. So even if Russell gets the fastest lap point, Red Bull in a lap and a half will be Constructors World Champions for the first time in 9 years. As the Apple CEO, Tim Cook, is going to wave the checkered flag by the looks of it. As Gasly has passed Albon now for 11th. As Gasly tries to recover the ground he lost. Max now 3 seconds clear of Hamilton. As now Max Verstappen begins the final lap of what has been another classic US Grand Prix. This Grand Prix never fails to deliver, and Verstappen heading for certain victory. Sergio Perez is all over, or not all over the back of Leclerc, but he's almost within a second of him, as Lando Norris overtakes Fernando Alonso for 6th. Alonso, though, still right behind him. We're not seeing it currently. And Norris, has he got the position for sure? Yes, he has. Norris is up to 6th. And that means if he keeps that position, they will outscore. They will outscore the Alpine team for this race. I've just seen I've accidentally put Norris on the soft. It is actually Russell. Norris back into 6th. Ocon up to 13th, as well as Max Verstappen now coming into the second half of this final lap. He has had, without doubt, a brilliant season and has had so much success on the Sundays, as he's now going to head for that 13th win in a second. And even though Red Bull made a massive mistake at the second pit stop, and it seemed that possibly Max Verstappen was going to lose the Grand Prix, he still fought back and got the win here in America for the 13th time this season. Max Verstappen wins a Grand Prix in 2022, and for the second year in a row wins the United States Grand Prix of 2022. Lewis Hamilton finishes in 2nd, Leclerc finishes 3rd, Perez just misses out in 4th, and Red Bull, guys, are officially Constructors World Champions. Congratulations to Red Bull. As Vettel all over the back of Magnussen. Magnussen dive bombs Vettel back into turn 12. A crucial fight here for 8th and 9th. Russell should finish in 5th. Maybe he will get the fastest lap point, as Magnussen is literally doing anything he can to keep ahead of Vettel. But has he done too much here? Will Vettel go right round the outside for 8th place? He tries to. Will he go up the inside into the penultimate corner? Yes, he does, as there's smoke everywhere off the pyrotechnics. Magnussen now tries to send it into the final corner, but Sebastian Vettel keeps it all together and finishes 8th. What a drive from Vettel. Was robbed of a better result by his team. So your top 10 for this race. Verstappen wins from Hamilton 2nd, Leclerc 3rd, Perez 4th. Russell finishes 5th, with Norris in 6th, Alonso 7th, Vettel 8th, Magnussen 9th, Tsunoda 10th. Ocon finishes in 11th, with Albon 12th, Zhou 13th, Gasly 14th, Schumacher 15th, Ricciardo 16th, Latifi 17th. And your retirements, Stroll, Bottas and Sainz. What a Grand Prix that was. And guys, let me know right now in the chat, what did you think of that Grand Prix? Let me know who you thought the drive of the day was. And I want to know what you guys would rate this race out of 10 for. I'm going to give that a 9, honestly. I thought that was a great race. I enjoyed it a lot. We had racing throughout the entire field. I had barely had time to breathe for the entire 56 laps. That was a brilliant race. possibly the best of the season, or one of the best of the season. Maybe not the best, but definitely one of the best. That was a great Grand Prix. Yeah, let me know in the chat what you rate this race out of 10 for, and let me know who your driver of the day is, and let me know what you thought of the battle for the win between Verstappen and Hamilton, how you thought Ferrari did, how you thought some of the midfield drivers and midfield teams did. Let me know what you thought of everyone in this race today, and I'll get through your comments in the next hour or so. And obviously, I'll go through the teams respectively in a minute. Let me just update the tyres for some of the drivers. So Vettel finished 8th on the hard, Magnussen 9th on the medium. Great drive though from Magnussen and Tsunoda, who finished in P10. And then Ocon only finished in 11th. He almost got a point in the end. But to be honest, I think Ocon should have stayed out on track. The official driver of the day has gone to Sebastian Vettel, which, to be honest, I would agree with. I think he drove brilliantly today, and if it wasn't for his team, he would have finished in 6th. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But, right, all the tyres now correct. And what I will do now is post quickly on my community tab and also on Twitter, post a link back out to the stream so I can bring some more people in for the race reaction. But again, let me know, guys, what you thought of the race. And again, the usual, what did you think? Who do you think driver of the day was? And who did you think, or what would you rate the race out of 10 for? And let me know who you thought some of the best performers were in general. And what did you think just in general of the race as Verstappen now celebrating with his mechanics? And yeah, Red Bull, first time in 9 years, Constructors World Champions. And until we know otherwise about possible cheating, you never know, they thoroughly deserve it. Right, come join us here for instant reaction to the US GP. And I'll just quickly throw out the link on Twitter, and then we will get going with this race reaction. Right, let me just quickly, post this out. Come join us, for instant reaction to a thrilling US Grand Prix. I'll just do a few hashtags and then we will get straight into it, guys. Let me just quickly do this because obviously it is important. And let's do a couple more hashtags quick. Right, that should be enough. And yeah, we will now get into the reaction to what happened there in the US Grand Prix in just a second. But I just need to quickly check something else on Twitter. To see if there's any news I can bring you guys quickly. Right, so yeah, just looking to see if there's any news, and no other news that I can see. And just so you guys know, again, I rate the race a 9 out of 10. That was a brilliant race. And my driver of the day is Sebastian Vettel. That move on Albon, firstly, into turn 19 was brilliant. But on the final lap, for a final couple extra points, which doesn't put them into 6th in the championship, but it puts them 2 or 4 points closer than they were when he was down in 13th after Aston Martin fucked up his pit stop was absolutely brilliant. So well done to Vettel. And at this rate, Aston Martin are heading, probably and surely, for 6th in the championship. And if it wasn't for Stroll's idiotic driving earlier, Aston Martin would be now 6th in the championship. But there you go. Anyway, let's now get into, guys, the teams and my reaction to how they all did, and the drivers and how they all did in today's US Grand Prix. And of course, we will start with Red Bull Racing, and congratulations to them, obviously, for winning the Grand Prix, and congratulations for them winning their first Constructors title in 9 years, their 5th Constructors title in their history. And like I said, unless it comes out next year that they cheated in terms of the development of this car, spending too much money or whatever, which we'll have to see. Obviously, there's nothing factual to claim that right now. Yeah, Red Bull were the best team this season. They had maybe not overall the best car at every weekend, but in the races this season, they have had the best car compared to Ferrari and Mercedes, and they have been the best performing team on a Sunday. It's a great job by them. In regards to their race, Max Verstappen was made a lot harder than it should have been. Obviously, turn 1, got past Carlos Sainz straight away, was leading comfortably. Even after the 2 safety cars, he was leading comfortably. But then, when the second safety car, the final safety car came in, Verstappen was put under massive pressure by Lewis Hamilton. But then, Lewis Hamilton came in for an undercut on Verstappen. Verstappen responded a lap later. But then, the front left tyre just would not come off his car initially. And then, the front left medium tyre just won't go on properly to his car, costing him 5 or 6 seconds. I think in the end, he would then be behind not just Hamilton on track, but Charles Leclerc. He brilliantly would get ahead of Leclerc and eventually pull away from him. And then eventually, with a few laps to go, caught Lewis Hamilton for the lead and passed him for the lead as well. And even though Lewis Hamilton did a great job today and drove brilliantly, that Hamilton really today did the best he could. He couldn't do any more than what he did. Max Verstappen was the deserving winner today, because if it wasn't for that pit stop issue, Max probably would have rejoined in the lead. Even if he didn't, though, rejoin just behind Hamilton and had no pit stop issue at all, Max would have overtaken Lewis a lot sooner and would have won the race by a lot more comfortable of a gap than I think 4 seconds it was in the end. So Max Verstappen is the deserving winner of today's Grand Prix. Great drive by him. And again, 13 wins this season. He equals Sebastian Vettel and Michael Schumacher for the most wins in a Formula One season. What do you call it? Vettel had that record in 2013. Schumacher was the first one to do it in 2004, which is, I think, more impressive, because I think in that 2004 season, there was only 17 or 18 races. But yeah, brilliant by Verstappen, and he will break the 13 win in a season record. He will do it, and I think he will probably do it next weekend in Mexico, where he's won 3 times previously. Great job by Max. Fully deserves a victory. For Sergio Perez, he had a great first 20, 25 laps, but that damage to his front wing, I think, cost him in the end a podium, because after his contact with Valtteri Bottas at turn 9, which, to be honest, in hindsight, you probably shouldn't have bothered going for that overtake, because, you know, it ended up costing him a lot of pace in the end, and I think cost him a podium, because he was actually, when he had, I think, a proper front wing on the for the final stint. I'm not actually sure if he did go for a new front wing. I don't think he did, actually. Thinking about it, I'll have to look to see if he did go for a new front wing or not. But he was right behind Leclerc at the very end of the race. I don't think Perez was ever going to threaten Verstappen and Hamilton, but really Perez should have finished in third. But yeah, that damage that he had with obviously him and Bottas at turn 9. He went for the move. Bottas thankfully turned out of it at the last second. There was still contact though, and that cost him a lot of pace with damage to his front wing. But still, good drive by Perez. I mean, with the damage he had, he did a great job, really. So, yeah, a good drive from Perez. And, still contributed, without doubt, to the Constructors' Championship being won today. And obviously, as Helmut Marko looks as though he's crying, which is not really a surprise because obviously what's happened this weekend with the Red Bull owner passing away and then winning the championship the day after and Verstappen winning the race, that's, a brilliant tribute to the man. Perez has contributed massively to the Constructors' title effort. He's completed a 1-2 for Red Bull on several occasions this season. Red Bull had a 1-2 at Imola, a 1-2 in Barcelona, in Baku, at Spa. So, yeah, he's done brilliantly this season to help Red Bull in the Constructors' Championship. As Shaquille O'Neal, by the looks of it, is going to present the winner's trophy. Once again, just like he did a year ago. But, great season for Red Bull. Like I said, no matter what you think of Red Bull, they have been the best team this season, unless I'm proven otherwise. And it is a great tribute and send-off to the co-founder and owner of Red Bull, Dietrich Mateschitz, who passed away yesterday. Rest in peace to him. And again, brilliant tribute for him, as Red Bull undoubtedly the top dogs in 2022. But now let's go on to the rest of the teams, and we will go on to Ferrari next. We'll start with Carlos Sainz quickly. Knocked out on the first corner, pretty much. He did get back to the pits, obviously, but there was too much damage to his car, and he was out of the race. I've got to say, George Russell and the Mercedes should have been given a harsher penalty than 5 seconds because he took Sainz out of the race. I mean, to be honest, finishing in P5, I don't think Russell would have finished any lower, even if he had a harsher penalty, which I think he probably did deserve. So, I think it is fair. Hold on, wait, let me rephrase what I was going to say. I think it's fair that he should have had a harsher penalty, but in regards or in context towards this race, I don't actually think it would have had an effect on Russell's result, because I still think he would have finished in P5. But yeah, Russell destroying Carlos Sainz's race immediately. And you never know, with what happened to Verstappen with his bad pit stop, Carlos Sainz could have been in there fighting for the win today. So yeah, that's, a real big shame for the for Carlos Sainz, but there was nothing he could do. Didn't have a great start, but then was just punted pretty much out of the race. For Charles Leclerc, great drive. He did get a bit lucky in this race with Sergio Perez having the damage he did, because it helped Leclerc get him ahead of Perez on the restart of the race after, I think, one of the safety cars, or both safety cars actually. So that helped Leclerc quite a bit in the Ferrari, because I don't believe in reality Ferrari were actually quicker than Red Bull today. But a great result from Leclerc. He defended as best as he could against Verstappen and actually kept up with him for a while after Max had overtaken him. So Charles Leclerc in the race today, I thought, did the best he could. Ferrari just don't have the pace in the races right now to win. And to be honest, I don't think Ferrari will win another race this season, because I just don't think they've got enough pace and good enough tyre wear to win races right now. And I think the next time we'll see them win a race is probably next season. Hopefully, they won't fall away massively next season. But yeah, in the end, Ferrari, another race where they end up without victory. They go on to Mexico, try and get a win there, but I think most likely Red Bull will be the team to beat in Mexico. Mercedes will be very good as well there. But yeah, Ferrari, I struggle to see them winning a race before the end of the season. They'll probably get another pole position before the season's over, but yeah, winning a Grand Prix, I think at this point, pretty tough for the Ferrari team. And now we will go on to Mercedes-Benz. And yeah, starting with Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton was perfect pretty much today. Great pace, had a good start, obviously benefited a lot with Carlos Sainz being took out by his teammate George Russell. And Hamilton, had great pace. He stuck relatively close to Verstappen for most of the race. The only time he really lost out was after the first pit stop before the first safety car came out, where he lost quite a lot of time to Verstappen, and Max looked as though he was going to win the race by quite a lot. But then, thankfully for Lewis, the safety car came out a couple times. And then, on the restart of the race, Lewis was actually closing in on Verstappen. And then, thankfully, Red Bull had their pit stop problem when Lewis was triggered into, or came into the pits to trigger an undercut. And it worked, thankfully, for Mercedes. And yeah, they were into the lead. And yeah, Lewis Hamilton, he did the best he could, but Red Bull and Verstappen are just too quick right now. So they can't really complain about what happened today. Maybe they could complain that Max Verstappen was, extending the track limits too much. But Red Bull and Max were just too quick. That's why they ended up winning, despite that few seconds extra they had in the pits. But great drive by Hamilton. Good pace by Mercedes. I wouldn't say they were as quick here as they have been other races, such as like the Dutch Grand Prix, where I thought they were a bit quicker there than they were here. But still, the pace was great, and they deservedly finished in P2. For George Russell, though, 5th place for him. Poor race. No pace really at all this weekend. He's not been anywhere near his teammate Lewis Hamilton. And, just very, very poor. And obviously, at the start, took Carlos Sainz straight out of the race. Russell does have a tendency to blame others for accidents that he caused. So I am very curious to see what he has had to say about that incident. Because, that was very poor on his behalf. For a driver of his quality, a top driver, he should not be making errors like that. So, very poor Grand Prix for Russell. Obviously, in Singapore, he did it a couple times with Schumacher and Bottas. Perez earlier in the season, he dive-bombed Perez and almost caused a crash there and then blamed Perez for that. I'm interested to see what Russell says after his collision with Carlos Sainz. Really, I think he just needs to accept that, he was at fault, because he was clearly at fault, no doubt about that. Obviously, didn't think he was at fault for the Perez crash also in Austria that actually put Perez out of the race. We'll see what Russell has to say, and maybe I'll try and bring you guys his comments on what he had to say there. So, poor race from George, and hopefully we see an improvement next weekend in Mexico. But Lewis Hamilton, great drive, but in the end, Verstappen and Red Bull just too good. If Mercedes make the appropriate improvements though for next season, then definitely we can get this a lot more next season. And Mercedes, they're not actually too far away from Red Bull in race trim. They just need to improve, I think, what they do in qualifying, obviously, but they need to really go for a better car concept, like I've said before, and I'm sure the pace will come for them. Now, we're going to go through the midfield teams, and then, guys, I will come to your comments in the chat, so keep putting them in the chat. Let me know what you thought of the race, who your driver of the day is, and what you thought of the top 3 teams and how they did in this race. And all of the teams even, and drivers, let me know how you thought they all got on. Now, we'll go on to McLaren. Great result from Lando Norris, coming back from, I think at one point he was down in 14th or 15th place after his second pit stop, and came through eventually to finish in 6th, passing Alonso on the penultimate lap, I think it was. And that was a vital overtake by Norris, because he has now outscored Alonso in this race, and with Esteban Ocon not finishing in the top 10, McLaren are now 2 points closer to Alpine going into the final 3 races of 2022. Obviously, next weekend we're racing in Mexico, and then 3 weeks from now we're racing in Brazil, and then a week after that is the final race in Abu Dhabi. So, yeah, good drive from Norris, and if they can just chip away at 2 to 4 points a race, they might just be able to get their chance at the final race to get ahead of Alpine in that critical fight for 4th in the championship. But, yeah, great drive by him. For Daniel Ricciardo, let's not even bother saying anything. He was absolute shit today. That's the only thing really we can say about his Grand Prix. We'll now go on to Alpine. And great drive from Alonso to come back from what he came back from. Obviously, had a grid penalty. Didn't have the greatest start to the race. As Sky F1 had just shown that George Russell got the fastest lap of the race. A 1:38.7, if you're wondering what the time is that Russell did there for the fastest lap. But, yeah. Alonso, great recovery drive after that humongous accident with Lance Stroll, which Lance Stroll has got to get a big penalty for the next race, because that was just absurd what Stroll did. Moving across at literally the last second into the middle of the track, causing Alonso to almost go flying into the barriers at well over 100 miles per hour. So, yeah, thankfully Alonso all okay. He was a bit winded, though, from from what we saw from that crash. So Alonso, thankfully, was all okay after that, and then produced an amazing comeback drive to get all the way eventually up to 6th, but then was passed by Lando Norris on fresher tyres, who finished eventually in 6th. But great drive from Alonso, but Alpine really should have got a better result today than what they got, because for some reason they decided to pit Esteban Ocon, and yeah, he came back to 11th. He almost nicked a point. But if he had stayed out, I think he would have finished probably in 8th or 9th. So, yeah, I don't really understand why they made that pit stop. It was too late in the race, really, I think, to gain back the time that they actually lost. So, yeah, I think that was a poor strategy decision yet again by the Alpine team. So they cost themselves a couple points there. But yeah, good recovery from Alpine, and to be fair, considering what happened to Alonso, it is a good result for them, and they've not lost out too badly to McLaren. So a good race for Alonso, not too bad for Alpine, but Mexico they need, I think, really, if they want to feel a bit more confident and secure about themselves, really, in Mexico they need to get a double points finish to feel comfortable going into the final couple races. That they can finish 4th in the championship. And we'll now go into Alfa Romeo. Was looking good for them at one point. You had Zhou Guanyu at times in the points. Valtteri Bottas was in the points. Valtteri Bottas made a bit of a silly mistake. And yeah, I know the wind was quite bad today, the crosswind. But Valtteri should not be making a mistake like that. An experienced driver into the penultimate corner, blown off course into the gravel trap on the exit of turn 19. And yeah, for a driver of his experience, he should not be making that mistake. And that was very costly, because Bottas, if he not had made that mistake, he probably could have grabbed a couple points from this race. So yeah, that is just a very disappointing mistake from their most experienced driver. Zhou Guanyu ended up in 13th. A bit disappointing for Zhou, but to be honest, I thought he drove pretty well. He was close, very close at times to a point, but in the end, just missed out and just wasn't quick enough. And the Alfa Romeo just wasn't as quick as the AlphaTauri of Tsunoda, obviously Ocon in the Alpine, or the Haas of Kevin Magnussen. So, disappointing overall for Alfa Romeo. And with Aston Martin scoring another 4 points, the gap now is just 3 points between Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin in Alfa Romeo's favour. They have got to pray a lot, Alfa Romeo, that they can keep 6th, because with the way things are heading, I don't see Alfa Romeo keeping 6th in the championship at this point. Now, we will go on to a team that did finish in the points. Haas F1, brilliant result by them. And I need to mention that this is a brilliant tribute to a mechanic that they sadly lost, I think earlier this week, I think on Friday, called Harvey Cook, who was 31 years old, who sadly passed away after a battle with cancer. And what a tribute result for him. Kevin Magnussen, 9th place. That's his first points finish since the Austrian Grand Prix for Magnussen. That is a brilliant result. A shame he couldn't hang on for 8th, but to be honest, Sebastian Vettel's overtake on him was just too good into the final 2 corners. Yeah, Magnussen, great drive by him, and a great, again, tribute result for Harvey Cook, and thoughts obviously to his friends and family and to the team during a difficult time, but at least Magnussen could get that result for the team to make them feel better about life. And thankfully, because Tsunoda finished in 10th and scored a point, Haas have actually pulled away by a point from AlphaTauri in the championship. I did say with Haas that they would need a bit of a mental race and a few retirements, or just a bit of crazy things going on in this race to get in the points, and that's pretty much what happened. So yeah, credit to Magnussen for keeping it together and taking the result in the end. Mick Schumacher 15th. Not quite sure why he finished there. He was looking pretty good, Schumacher, and he was ahead of his teammate for a while, but just ended up behind him. Well, actually, he was pitted, wasn't he, from the medium to the hard for the second time. Magnussen stayed out on track. Maybe in hindsight, they should have kept Schumacher out on track, and he maybe would have finished in 8th. That probably would have been a better decision by Haas F1, but I do fear with Magnussen getting that 9th place and Schumacher only 15th, despite probably in hindsight, a poor strategy decision, that might be a crucial blow to Mick Schumacher's chances of being on the grid next year. I hope not. I think Mick deserves another year in 2023, but I think that might be, again, a crucial blow. But great job by Haas, or by Magnussen, for Haas again during this difficult time. Now we move on to AlphaTauri. What a topsy-turvy race it was for them. At one point, they were running in 7th and 8th place. Then Gasly got a penalty for dropping too far back behind the safety car. Gasly then got another penalty for not serving the penalty correctly, which is why he went from 11th, where he finished on track, down to 14th place. So poor there from AlphaTauri. And also very poor from Gasly. Very simple thing you need to respect in terms of the regulations, keeping close to the cars ahead, and it was just not necessary whatsoever from Gasly there. So that's why he ended up down in 14th. Yuki Tsunoda though, I feel as though he's not being mentioned much. Obviously Magnussen, he had a great drive from 13th on the grid in the Haas F1 car. Obviously, Alonso gained a lot of positions after that crash with Stroll midway through the race. But we have to please shout out Yuki Tsunoda. Started 19th and finished in 10th. And at one point, he was up again in 8th place. I think at one point, he was actually up in 7th place in the AlphaTauri. So Yuki Tsunoda must get a shout out today. And he will from me. Great drive and brilliant job getting that overtake done on Albon before the end. Because if he didn't, he probably would have been overtaken by Ocon, who probably would have ended up coming through to nick the final point. So he had to get that move done, or else he would have been finished in terms of getting that final point. So great job by Tsunoda, who I think did a pretty good job lately. He's been a lot more in the action in the last few races, and he's been, at times, very close to a points finish. Been running in the top 10 a lot in races lately. So yes, Tsunoda is doing a great job for AlphaTauri and really coming into his own, which is good to see. Unfortunately, because Haas F1 have scored more points than them today, they are still second last in the championship, but I still think they've got a pretty good chance of finishing ahead of Haas, because they've got, I think, still a faster car compared to the Haas F1 team. But good job by Tsunoda today again. 19th to P10. That is brilliant from the Japanese driver. And now we'll go on to Aston Martin. And like I said, my driver of the day, Sebastian Vettel. What a drive from him. Finishes 8th. 2 amazing overtakes on Alex Albon and Kevin Magnussen to make his way through the field. And his overtake on Magnussen on the final 2 corners on the final lap was something special. And it shows why he is still one of the best drivers out there. Even though, yeah, he is driving an Aston Martin, there's no doubt that he is still one of the best few drivers on the grid. Should have finished, though, in 6th place, but his team screwed him over. What a start he had, though. Started 10th, was up to 5th, I think by turn 2 even, on the first lap. And, yeah, had great pace throughout. And was at one point, I think, was it lap 40-ish? He was leading the race for a few laps on the medium tyres, and his pace wasn't actually too bad in the Aston Martin. And if he had stayed out on track, he probably would have finished in 5th or 6th place. But even when he made his pit stop, which was, 16.8 seconds, I believe, about, 15, 14 seconds too long. If it was a normal pit stop, Vettel would have finished, again, in 6th place, which is where he deserved to finish. And if he did finish in 6th, then Aston Martin would be ahead now of Alfa Romeo in the Constructors' Championship. So Aston Martin have shot themselves in the foot there with a crucial error, but still, great job by Vettel to come through and get something for the team. As for Lance Stroll, he was really driving well up until that crash with Alonso. His pace was great. Bit unlucky that he got jumped by Vettel in the first pit stop phase because obviously the safety car came out. That helped Vettel a lot because he stayed out on track. But yeah, Stroll, what he did against Alonso was really not good, and he should get at least a 10 place grid penalty for the Mexican Grand Prix, because he could have, chances, because these cars are so much safer now, chances are low, but he could have killed Alonso. Probably most likely if Alonso had gone into the barriers first before hitting the ground, could have broken it, could have snapped both his legs in half. So yeah, Stroll, very poor driving there, ruined what was a great weekend, and yeah, a shame. And if Stroll had just let Alonso go and tried to get him back later in the race, Lance Stroll probably would have finished in, 8th, 7th place, something like that. And Aston Martin would have got a pretty good result overall. But in the end, it just wasn't good enough for Aston Martin. Not entirely their fault, but yeah, great drive by Sebastian Vettel, my driver of the day. Let me know in the chat, guys, whether you agree as to who is driver of the day. And finally, we go on to Williams, and this man on screen, big shout out to him as well, Alex Albon. Great drive this weekend, 11th in qualifying, started from 8th and was running in P10 with about 3-4 laps to go. He did the best he could, really. The Williams, we know, through the corners, not great. It's a rocket ship in a straight line. That was really what was keeping him ahead, but eventually the Williams just not quick enough to stay ahead of Tsunoda and Ocon, so finishes in P12. But really, if Albon was in a car that was, half a second quicker, and more of a midfield car rather than a basement dwelling car, which the Williams car has been most of this season, Albon probably would have finished comfortably in the points. He's been driving very well this season. And yeah, a shame that he didn't get a point in the end. But great driving this weekend and continues to increase his stock. And yeah, great by him. Latifi obviously 17th. Williams end up pointless from this Grand Prix. But yeah, good job by Albon nonetheless. But now I'll cut back to these pictures, guys, of what you saw during the watch-along. And now I want to hear from you guys in the chat. What did you think of the US Grand Prix? And again, I want to know what you rate the race out of 10 for. And I want to know, what you call it, who you think driver of the day was. And I'm just trying to have a look on Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. And I've just actually had a message from Nib that said that turned into an actual good race, didn't it? And it did, absolutely. Anyway, let's see what you guys have to say in the chat. Turbo says, I'd like to see Hamilton and Alonso get a win this year and another Ferrari win, either driver for Ferrari. Menho Donahue says, good race, 10 out of 10, Lewis for driver of the day. Crystal Racing, good to see you, mate. I haven't seen you in a while. Says Vettel driver of the day. I saw you join obviously during the race. Let me just find some of the comments here if I can. Rook's foot in the chat, obviously my moderator, saying apparently Magnussen was on the mediums for almost 40 laps, which is very impressive. I mean, mediums can last that long, but still impressive that he hung on without going off the cliff. Crystal Racing says Mick is out of F1. Too many crashes for the budget restrictions. Sophie Thorpe happy that Red Bull are constructors world champions. Crystal Racing also saying Gasly has just not been great this year. I really don't want to say it, but that's the truth. Yeah, I don't think he's been as bad as people claim, but he's not been anywhere near as good as last year. I think the car being a lot worse than last year definitely contributes towards that, but, you know, the best drivers still shine no matter how bad the car is. I mean, look at Alonso. He always shines, even if he's driving an absolute dog, which he was a few years ago at McLaren. Crystal Racing also says, Ricardo, I just go with flow with the technical side. Goes to show that pure vibes and dive bombs doesn't make for a committed driver. Turbo says, maybe Ricardo just drives to the car's capability. Those old Red Bull Renaults could win a couple races a year, and that's what he did. The Renault was leading the mid-pack, and that's what he did. It's hard to... I will be honest, with Norris and Ricardo, it is hard to say. Because Ricardo, I think everyone would agree, or almost everyone would agree, that Ricardo has not performed as well as he could have, and that the car isn't as bad as maybe he's shown it to be, maybe at times, with his performances. Obviously, today finished in 16th place, which is horrendous. But it's definitely the McLaren car, I feel, better than what he has shown. I mean, look at Lando Norris finishing in 6th place. And you have to remember with Norris, this is not a circuit that Lando's had a great amount of history around. He was actually out-qualified and beaten by Ricciardo in this race last season. So, yeah, I think Ricciardo today was just terrible. And this weekend has just been horrendous. Crystal Racing says Lando is one very good driver, a real dark horse in 3 or 4 years' time for a world championship if McLaren ever design a fast car again. Yeah, he would be, but again, it depends on the car. I mean, I've made a video about why I think Norris will probably be stuck in the midfield, not because he is a midfield driver, but because I just don't think McLaren are going to get back to that championship contending or winning level. Paul James Squibb says, am I the only one who thinks Aston Martin are going to get it together next season with Alonso at the helm and maybe even challenge for 4th place? Well, given Alonso's luck, Aston Martin will probably have the worst car on the grid next season. We'll see. It would be great if Aston Martin were, you know, right up there, say 4th, 5th best team, but it's hard to say because we don't know. With all the new engineers they've got from Red Bull and other teams, it's hard to say at the moment because we don't know what effect that's had. I mean, those new engineers have maybe had an effect on the amount of improvement they've made. But in terms of next year's car, yeah, who knows? Crystal Racing says, worst thing is Russell acts like there was a misunderstanding when he leaves no space for others. Russell's racecraft is utter horseshit. Yeah, I've got to be honest. Russell, his racecraft is not very. I wouldn't say it's not very good. It's good, but it's not anywhere near as good as his teammate, or obviously Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz. So yeah, it's not very good at all, really. And I don't want to compare him directly, but one driver, and I remember talking about this to Nib, obviously my co-commentator, who unfortunately wasn't here today. Hopefully be back either next weekend or before the end of the season. I think most likely be back before the end of the season. I remember talking about this to him, that Russell reminds me of a British version of Sebastian Vettel in terms of the way he, when he gets out in front in races, when you go back and look at what he did in F2, he was very similar to Vettel. And to me, has a very similar driving style, similar strengths as well, very quick in qualifying. But not always the best racecraft. I will say, though, Sebastian Vettel today, his racecraft was on another level to get back into 8th place. But we have seen plenty of times Sebastian Vettel doing this. For example, at Ferrari a few years ago, crashing into people or spinning on his own. So, yeah, it is kind of similar in that way. Let me see if I can find some comments in chat talking about driver of the day quickly. Let me just scroll up quickly and then I'll scroll back to the bottom. Iwu2 says 8 out of 10, Vettel driver of the day. Goat of the day, I think Dustin says Vettel. Stroll for reject of the day, says Crystal Racing. Prank says 9 out of 10 for the race. Max driver of the day. Rooksfoot says 9 out of 10. Vettel driver of the day. Crystal Racing driver of the day. Vettel, he says. Dustin says Tim Cook, most unenthusiastic checkered flag wave I've ever seen. He's too rich to care about anything, to be honest. And yeah, I think those are all of them that I could read out. Now let me scroll back to the live chat. And yeah, as Rooksfoot just posting in chat, I may as well remind guys of that stream. Just so you guys know, I will be live tomorrow at 6 PM UK time, going through all of the updates to the Red Bull cost cap situation, which we've had a few updates to that whole saga this US Grand Prix weekend. So I'll be going through all of those tomorrow and a couple other things in tomorrow's stream in reviewing what has happened in the US Grand Prix as well. So make sure to join me for that tomorrow, and make sure to stick around for another 15-20 minutes, because I will get into what my schedule or plan is for the Mexico City Grand Prix in a few minutes. JDM Gearhead says Lewis or Vettel driver of the day. Anders Ericsson says, I say McLaren should change Ricciardo now. No point in continuing the Ricciardo I used to know is not in the car anymore, sadly. Eric says, do you think Mick Schumacher's F1 career is over since the Williams seat is taken? If he loses a seat this year, then I don't think it's over, because let's be honest, him being a Schumacher helps a lot. I mean, it did help a lot, him getting the opportunities with certain teams he did in his younger days. Deservedly got to F1, though, because he won, Euro F3, won Formula 2 as well. But I think even if he loses his place on the grid, I think he still has a pretty decent chance of getting on the grid for 2024. But I just think with Haas, if they could just give him another year and develop next year's car a bit better, obviously they've now got a title sponsor in MoneyGram. That, having that title sponsor will allow them to spend more money and operate closer to the cap. That will help next year's car. And even Kevin Magnussen has said that he's been struggling as of late to actually beat Mick. So I think they should give him another year. Menho Donahue says, or asks, have Mercedes got any more updates this year? They have got that new front wing. They decided not to race it this weekend because the FIA wanted them to alter the design. But Toto Wolff, I think, was talking about them possibly using it in Mexico, so we will see. But Lance Stroll saying he left Alonso plenty of room on the left in their incident, which I'm sure is not going to go down too well. I mean, yeah, he did have more room, and yes, he could have pulled out the slipstream earlier, but, he didn't cause the crash. I see that George Russell is trending on Twitter. The reason I'm looking at or searching for his name on Twitter is because I want to see if he said anything in regards to his incident with Sainz. Apparently, someone's saying on Twitter that he said he just went across me. Sorry, he just went across me, apparently is what Russell said. Yes, no shit. You're going straight on into a left-hander and he is going the correct way. Of course he's going across you. I will say with Russell, I don't hate the guy, but he is becoming very unlikable. Because every time he has an accident, he blames someone else. So it is really annoying. That's the one thing I like a lot about Charles Leclerc, is when Leclerc makes a mistake, he's the first driver to own up to the mistake. Sometimes he's too hard on himself, is Leclerc. Yeah, with Russell, you'd think he never made a mistake in his entire career. Obviously, he has admitted mistakes before, but, this year, every time he's had an accident, it's always been someone else's fault. Apparently, Russell went to the Ferrari hospitality to apologise. I haven't seen any evidence of that, but if he has, that's good. Just trying to see if there's any confirmation of what Russell had to say. And yeah, I can't see anything. But yeah, I hope that Russell does take responsibility for that, because again, it was clearly his fault. Cheers for the update, says Menho. No problem. Crystal Racing says Russell's drive at Sakir 2020 was a red herring of sorts. Why is the Mercedes engine lacking power? Well, this year, there is a difference with the power units. They're now running, is it the E10 fuel? So that's why the who has the best power units and who has the worst has changed around this year. Because last year, the Mercedes-powered cars were the best in terms of raw power. Then it was Honda. Then it was Ferrari. Then it was Renault. This year, it's Ferrari, Honda, Mercedes, or Renault, then Mercedes. I know people will say, but why are Red Bull so quick in a straight line? It's not actually due to the Honda power unit. It's because Red Bull's design philosophy is what causes them to be so quick in a straight line. The car's designed in a way that makes them very quick down the straights rather than their car, rather than the power unit being so powerful. But yeah, it just with this E10 fuel, they've lost a bit of power. I mean, they've got a very reliable power unit, which is good, but yeah, not as much power. I think they're about 8 to 10 kilometers an hour off the Ferrari power unit with raw power. And obviously now engine development is frozen until 2026. There's nothing they can do about it. And the only thing you can alter with the power units is stuff relating to reliability. Eric says maybe Charles needs to be a bit more harder like Max. Like we saw how Max reacted to the slow pit stop. You have to call out your team as much your team needs to call you for your mistakes. I mean, with Max calling out his team, which I didn't see, but obviously I don't hear all the team radio messages during the race because I watched the race with the sound off. But what do you call it? As Russell, by the way, is actually speaking on Sky F1, but I don't know what he's saying. I can't tell you. But what do you call it? What's I talking about? Yeah, it's all well and good complaining to your team. Oh, why did you fuck my pit stop up? But, you know, once it's happened, there's no point complaining about it. You just need to crack on and get on with it and try and recover the lost ground. So it doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day. As Russell has, I've just seen, they've just shown on the screen, that's his 5th place today, his 16th top 5 finish of the season. So at least he has that. And yeah, it does appear that initially Russell blamed Sainz for the collision, but I'm not sure what Russell has said in the interviews after. Maybe after looking at the incident, he's, you know, said something different. I'm not sure. But, right, I'm going to read out one final comment, I reckon, and then I'm going to come to the end of the stream. Because I've been live for how long? Let me just check. 4 hours and 40. So, yeah, make sure to stick around, though, for another 5 minutes or so, because I am about to read out what my schedule is for next week, and there's plenty of content coming your way. And I'll finish up with Crystal Racing's comment of, good thing for Russell is that Total doesn't rate Ocon like Marco's determination to get Max costed Kvyat's Red Bull seat. Yeah. If Ocon was in that car and not performing maybe as well as Russell has this season in terms of his pace and making these mistakes and crashing into people, then yeah, it would be a different story. But yeah, cheers for that comment. Cheers, mate, for coming along. And cheers for all of you coming along to the race watch along today. And thank you if you are a new subscriber to the channel. Welcome to the channel. And also thanks to everyone who is tuned in this weekend, because obviously I've been live plenty over this weekend. I've covered every session this weekend. And I will be doing the same for the next Grand Prix in Mexico. But let me just quickly get into what my exact schedule is for next weekend's Mexico City Grand Prix. So, firstly, again, I will be live tomorrow at 6 PM UK time to cover the updates of the cost cap saga and what the key developments are to that situation. And also I'll cover a couple other things that have happened during the US Grand Prix weekend, such as the FIA's published report into the what happened at Suzuka and what they are going to do as a result of that. And also probably look at a couple of incidents in the Grand Prix as well. Such as, yeah, Russell versus Sainz and Alonso and Stroll as well. And then, yeah, that'll be happening tomorrow. And then probably a video will come out of that stream and be uploaded onto the channel on Tuesday. maybe 2 videos. I might actually record 2 separate bits of that stream and upload 1 video for Tuesday and 1 for Wednesday. There will definitely be, though, at least 1 video coming out of that stream, but I'll let you guys know tomorrow what I actually decide to do with that. But in regards to the Mexico City Grand Prix, on the Thursday, or this Thursday coming, I'll be live at 6 PM UK time for the Mexico City Grand Prix weekend preview. Then on Friday, I'll be going live at 6:45 PM UK time for the Practice 1 Watchalong. And then I will have to do exactly what I did this Friday for the Practice 1 Watchalong. When Practice 1 finishes at 8 PM UK time, I'll have to cut the stream off, do a bit of a changeover to my studio code to get the stream ready for Practice 2. And then I'll be live again probably at 8:15 PM UK time to cover then the Practice 2 session, which Practice 2 starts at 10 PM UK time. So I'll be live from 8:15 PM till 10 PM with a build up to Practice 2. And then from 10 till 11 PM UK time, I'll be doing a Practice 2 watch along. And then that will be the Friday content covered. And then on Saturday, I will go live firstly at 4 PM UK time for the qualifying preview until 5:30 PM. Then at 5:30 PM UK time until 7 PM UK time, I'll be doing the Practice 3 watch along. And then from 7 PM UK time until 9 PM, I'll be doing a build-up to qualifying. Then the qualifying watch-along will be from 9 PM till 10 PM UK time. And I'll stick around for at least half an hour after to react with you guys to the Mexico City Grand Prix qualifying session. And then on Sunday, the timings of my streams will be exactly the same as today. I'll be live at 6 PM UK time for the race preview until 7:30. Then at 7:30 PM UK time, I'll be then doing the race watch-along part of the stream. The race starts at 8 PM UK time next Sunday, and that'll be lasting the race watch-along part of the stream until 10 PM UK time. And then for at least an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the Mexico City Grand Prix. So make sure to come around for all of that content. And unless something major happens at the Mexico City Grand Prix, like a massive incident in the race or the Red Bull cost cap saga being resolved, then there will not be a stream on Halloween, which is Monday the 31st of October, the day after the Mexico City Grand Prix. So that is my full plan for next week. So quite possibly there will be a video or stream on the channel every day next week. So plenty of content heading your way. And also, remember, the clocks change next Sunday in the UK. They go from BST to GMT. And I'll just quickly check whether the clocks go back or forward. And so, yeah, the clocks go back an hour on Sunday, October 30th at 2 AM UK time. So please do remember that for next Sunday. Please do remember that going into the race day in Mexico. As long as, though, when you wake up on Sunday, if you come to my channel and you check out what time my stream is scheduled to start for, just know that that time will be 2 hours before the race starts. So as long as you are there when my race preview starts, then you'll know that the race starts 2 hours later. But yeah, that's the plan for next week, and I hope to see all you guys for that. Cheers for this weekend and coming around for all of the content, and I can't wait to see you guys for the Mexico City Grand Prix in a week's time, and hopefully tomorrow on the channel as well. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. If everyone's still watching, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash a like button, and as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter as well at ChazHD5, and join my Discord server, link below in the description. But guys, until my stream tomorrow and the next Grand Prix on the calendar in Mexico City next weekend, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.